They had the misfortune to meet a man that they admired and thought that they could trust, Bill Cosby.
How many of you believe Bill Cosby raped you?
He was Dr. Huxtable. He was America's dad. Everybody loved him. I loved him. I wanted him to be my dad.
Everybody certainly knows who he is.
Bill Cosby, once considered a role model and called America's dad, is now facing up to 30 years in prison.
An icon in show business.
I can't breathe because of Bill Cosby.
Everybody's dad.
As long as you're living in this house, you are not to do any drugs. When you move into your own house, you are not to do.
A beloved, influential icon across movies, TV, and comedy for years, completely destroyed by a world of crime.
We chase the trail where the truth might fall, one step closer to the dark. We're seeking answers, digging through the dust. Every secret's a ghost we can trust. Seeking answers where the silence rusts. The truth's a knife with a blood-stained crust.
William Henry Cosby Jr. was born on July the 12th, 1937 in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, to maid Anna Pearl and William Henry Sr., who served as a mess steward in the United States Navy. Bill Jr. was one of 4 boys and attended Mary Channing Worcester Public School in Philadelphia, becoming class president and the captain of both the baseball and the track and field teams.
We never really came into contact with drugs the way Brownie's book did, because most of the kids I hung out with, we were hitting the ball or chasing the ball or something like that. You know, I came into contact once with marijuana. It was a Thursday night dance. I think I was like 13 years old or something. Had on all of the hippest stuff, man. My pants way up, you know, the Daily News in my right pocket, had my Jeff on, and I was looking bad and smoking my father's Camel cigarettes, you know. And this cat came up to me and said, "Give me a light." And I noticed that the butt he was smoking was kind of short. And I offered him a cigarette. I said, "Don't you want to?" He said, "No, man, this is fine." You know, and I put my cigarette up to his, and he made that noise, you know. And I shot out of there so fast, man. My mother didn't write the book, but my mother always had a philosophy. And she graduated from junior high school and then went 2 years high school and then started scrubbing the steps. And my mother said, with your children, you don't turn your back. You don't turn your back 2 different ways. Number one, that you don't turn your back because you love them and they need you. Number 2, if you got one that you don't trust, you don't turn your back. Twice.
At an exceptionally young age, teachers quickly noticed that Cosby had a talent for joking around and making people laugh rather than focusing on his studies. He would go on to attend Philadelphia Central High School, continuing his passion of sports with an additional basketball and American football before being transferred to Germantown High. But unfortunately he failed the 10th grade and ultimately dropped out of school. He wasn't deterred, however, and in 1956 Cosby enlisted in the Navy, serving as a hospital corpsman, working in physical therapy and helping those injured.
What happened was I really woke up in the service because I was still playing when I went in to join the Navy and see the world and have a good time. See, I left the academic world and got into a world where discipline, you have to be, you better, and the people telling me these things I felt were not as bright as I. And I felt that I had missed the point, but I got it right away when I got into the service. And so for 4 years, I went into physical therapy school, I worked with patients, and my whole drive was to get out of the service and get an education, because I knew that once I got out of the service, if I didn't have a college education, I would be at Horn and Hardhouse busting tables. Nothing wrong with it, but I would be doing jobs to get a salary, to pay my rent, to buy a car, and none of these things
really happened to be what I wanted to.
In 1961, he earned his high school equivalency diploma and was also awarded a track and field scholarship at Temple University.
When you talk about education, when I talk about education to my children, I'm talking about education. You can become anything you want to become. But with a liberal education, if you have no idea what you want to become, with a liberal education, what have you done? You've read, you've wanted to read, you've wanted to know. That should be the fun part of life, because then you can talk about things. The unfun part of life is constantly fighting against the odds. To get an education, you wind up not knowing anything, and so then you have to gather yourself together and go out and do what everybody else wants you to do.
And there are consequences in the choices.
Absolutely. In show business, unless you're on a certain level that the media considers the intellectual level, they would never write about it. They're not interested in it. I don't know how many times I've brought writers for magazines into the studio, and I've said to them, now this is what we're doing and this is what we're consciously working on. And they said, well, was your father an alcoholic? I said, no, that's not important. This is how we get this script together, and this is how we're consciously making this approach in terms of a person's behavior.
Do they ever write about your academic pursuits as a fact in your development?
No, that's not interesting to them. And it isn't just racial. It has to do with what the media dislikes and likes about entertainers.
And this is when his stand-up career began to take shape. He continued running track and playing fullback on the college football team, and gained a bit of extra money bartending at clubs, earning extra tips by telling jokes to customers. He then began to perform on stage, leaving his entire university studies behind him to instead pursue a career in comedy. He managed to secure several stand-up jobs across major cities and first performed at the Gaslight Cafe in New York. On January the 25th, 1964, Bill Cosby married Camille Hanks.
I met Camille, I guess had to be about 9 months after working in the clubs, because I was making big bucks then. I was making about $300 a week.
So she married you for your money?
She knew it, and I told her that. And I want my money back.
You want your $300 back?
Right.
That's why she's chairman of the board.
Please.
Chairman of the board.
Yeah.
And just a year later, they had their first daughter, Erica.
Make sure that your children have and know that you love them in spite of themselves. To give them your experience in life, to live as well as you can, being happy with yourself.
But despite his promising comedy career and doting family, this is when the first known reports of his inappropriate behaviour began, though many of these wouldn't come to light until decades later.
You have to say, well, what about Camille? And, how did she put up with this? And how did she stay with him? Because she had to know. Bill was a womanizer, so there was always tons and tons and tons of young women. And everybody knew about it. So she turned a blind eye to it, and she looked away. But why? Why would you do that? Why would you, knowing that if you divorced him early on, 40 years ago, she would have done very well in a settlement agreement. She had maybe a child or two, so she would have had everything she needed. Plus, she was a very intelligent woman and well-educated, so she could have worked. She could have gone into production, and she could have done anything. She didn't have to stay with him. So, nobody talks about that. They always talk about a good woman behind a man helps a man, make it, be successful. Well, why don't we talk about what's the deal with Camille Cosby? Why did she stay? Why did she put up with that for so long?
His wife, she knew. She knew everything.
Why do you say Camille knew?
Because every woman knows her husband. She had the plan. She knew what was going to happen.
I think that your mate on the other side has to take that initiative. Because if your mate doesn't have that strength, and I think it comes from protecting me. In other words, Camille would look and see people that she felt were not team players. And she would come to me or begin to get rid of those people herself.
I always thought his wife was involved and always knew about all of his escapades, but never said a word. And, you know, a lot of stories that I don't know if they're true, I don't know, but if I were married to him, I would certainly know what he's doing. I mean, doesn't a wife know? They've been married 30 years or 40, 50 years or something. But we always felt that she was a little part of it, like Maxwell.
It was during the 1960s when Sonny Wells claimed that she met Bill Cosby in a jazz club and he offered her some drinks. The next thing she knew, she woke up naked the next day. She was confused and unsure what happened, so unfortunately ended up accepting another invite, except the exact same thing happened again.
He was Bill Cosby, and I buried it in my memory until all of these brave women began to come forward. I realized he had done the same thing to many of them. Now I know Bill Cosby took unfair advantage of me that night, and I no longer think Bill Cosby is a nice man. I believe that Bill Cosby is a sexual predator and a disgusting human being to not acknowledge what he's done to so many girls and women in his life.
On July the 28th, 1964, Cosby gained mainstream attention as he was featured on NBC's The Tonight Show, which landed him a recording contract with Warner Brothers, and his debut LP, which wouldn't be his last, many considering it one of the greatest comedy albums of all time. In 1965, he started his acting career on television, appearing on I Spy, becoming the first ever weekly dramatic TV series to feature an African American as the lead. Both the network and Cosby were concerned that the show would flop due to racism, but this wasn't the case. Initially, 4 stations did turn it down, but viewers loved its themes and the chemistry between the stars, becoming one of the 20 most watched shows that year, and Cosby's popularity was starting to explode.
There are an awful lot of white people who would really like to know. Maybe not so, so much in the sense that they demand black history themselves, because they can't really be interested in it. I don't look for a white person to be so interested in something that has to do with black people, because he's not educated that way. He's not brought up that way. He lives in his own community. He goes to his own school. He dates his own women, except for when he wants to slip out and find something interesting. Go to your library. Go to the reserved book room, read, find out, black heroes in World War II, black heroes World War I, so forth and so on. Men who have invented things. The real black man who was with Lewis and Clark.
Right.
The cat who went to the North Pole, how much he did, so forth and so on. Let's get all this together, man.
When accepting his 3rd Emmy for the show, Cosby stated, "Let the message be known to bigots and racists that they don't count."
When you came along, they said the sitcom was dead. NBC was certainly having some difficulty on the primetime end. And instead now the sitcom is back and thriving, and NBC did for a number of years, thanks to the Cosby program. And the business side of it, did the show exceed what you thought it was going to do?
Oh, yeah. I was just hoping to keep the water from going into my nose. It's the old joke, please don't make a wave. I mean, that's all I was hoping for. And obviously we came along at the right time. It's like, it isn't but a wonderful picture is you step up to the crap table and you have $75. And you just happen to be stepping up when a man or a woman is going to roll for 45 minutes. And I want to tell you, I played the hell out of that hand.
Unfortunately, in December that year, Christine Rooley claimed that Cosby invited her to a party at his Beverly Hills home, but once she arrived, she came to discover that she was the only one there.
You get to the party, or the beginning of what you think will be a party, and he prepares a cocktail for you.
Yes, a bourbon and 7. That was sort of the standard thing for me to drink at that time.
You have 2 drinks.
I had 2 drinks that I'm clear about.
And then what happened?
I don't remember a thing. It went blank. When you're in that kind of a foggy state, you don't think of anything but that you had drunk too much.
She alleges that she was then drugged and sexually assaulted. Christine did inform her boyfriend and daughter of this incident just a few years later.
I must have passed out again because when I awakened again, I found myself on a bed.
And then what happened?
He was there, he had his shirt off, and I believe he had his pants off. It's pretty groggy. And he had his hand on the back of my head. And so I lifted my head away. I think it surprised him. I lifted my head away and pulled myself away immediately. And I went into the bathroom and I threw up, and I know I threw up a couple of times. When I finished, I came out and he was gone.
In 1966, Bill Cosby's second daughter Erin was born, but this wasn't enough to stop his alleged crimes.
Do you have children? How old? They're grown now. But how many did you have? 2. Okay. That qualifies. Because a person with one child, I don't call them really a parent. Because there are too many things left out. If you just have one child, there are too many things left out. For instance, if something's broken in the house, you have one child, you know who did it.
In 1967, Carla Ferrigno, the future wife of actor Lou Ferrigno, claimed to be on a date with a man who claimed to have worked in the record industry, offering her to go back to the home of Bill Cosby.
I first met Bill Cosby in 1967 at his home. I was a Playboy bunny, a model, and an actress. So I started playing, and somewhere in the middle of that, I turned around and there was nobody in the room at all, just him and I. He grabbed me, like powerful. He was a big man. He grabbed me it was like an attack. He had me up against him and kissed me in the mouth. And I just pushed him, or he grabbed me, kissed me right in the mouth. And then that's when I just went, whoa. I looked around and I said, where's your wife? And he said, oh, I don't know. Maybe she went to bed. And then I looked around and I said, where is my date? And he goes, oh, maybe he went to the bathroom. I ran down the hallway, took off running, looking for my date, because I just wanted to go home. I feel blessed that I was able to get away.
Once there, her date and Cosby's wife left them alone, which is when the comedian grabbed her and forced a kiss onto her, trying to convince her to have a drink. But she refused and managed to leave unharmed but traumatized.
I was the lucky one. I'm the only one that got away without being damaged.
Despite being on television and recording albums for Warner Brothers, Cosby still continued stand-up, but also began a music career, allegedly turning down a $3.5 million contract renewal offer. It was in August of 1967 when he left the label to establish his own.
The point in my life was, I would imagine, when I was a child with a knife and a fork, or 2 knives, and listening to the radio and playing along. And then with the Holly Briggs marching band, as a tenor drummer, I wasn't good enough for the snare drum. Marching up and down Broad Street in Philadelphia in parades, and also practicing in the hall. And then I was a drummer in a rock and roll band when I was in the Navy. Larry somebody, I forget what the guy's name was. But he's a white kid, he played the guitar, didn't play well, I didn't play well. It was a guitar, piano, and an upright bass. And we played the clubs in Argentia, Newfoundland. And there's a great picture of me looking like I'm Art Blakey or somebody. You know, but I didn't want to play rock and roll, so I kind of did that. I think we got paid. I think that's why I did it.
Cosby very rarely discussed race in public, but in July 1968 he narrated a CBS documentary about the representation of black people in pop culture, which was well received. And that same year his third child, but first son, Ennis, was born.
The importance of black history. I mean, you just can't measure it, man. Because then, and I think this is why people don't want to serve it, and they don't want to put it out. Because then most people will really realize that we have done something, you know, as a group. When they say we, I include all of us, man. Because, you know, the cat's going to vote for Wallace. He's talking about keeping niggas in their places, see, or keeping the nigga in his place. He's not talking about everybody except Bill Cosby. No, he's jealous because Bill Cosby's got some bread, too.
Yeah.
He's jealous because Harry Belafonte's got 2 Cadillacs or whatever. And he just assumed that this whole country be all white, you see. I just feel that if we can get the history put in, that isn't the only thing, but that is a very important thing, man. And it's an example of the racism and bigotry that exists in this country, right. Because look at how harmless it is, you see, to say that a certain person did something and they did this and so forth and so on, and make it a part of an exam, but they refuse to do it.
He also started his next big show, a situation comedy named The Bill Cosby Show.
Camille and I knew exactly what we wanted to do. We felt that writers and producers didn't like African American people, and you could see it in the writing. You could see it in the production value. You could see it whenever they did something with Asian American people. You could see it when they dealt with themselves many times. And I wanted to be in charge to show a love for the African American people, also to show a respect for the Caucasian counterparts who came through.
It was a huge hit, and Cosby began to dominate televisions across the country. He was everywhere.
You didn't need the income so you could say, I'll have a piece of the action. And because you took a piece of the action, you now are the richest entertainer in America.
Well, I don't know if I'm the richest entertainer.
Name one that might be even in your league.
Make Bob Hope bring in his books.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
Make Bob Hope bring in his books.
Let's compare.
Get Bob Hope in here.
There you go.
You know, you see Bill Cosby your whole life, and every time you see him, he's winning more and more accolades and getting more and more, you know, presidents admire him, and Oprah Winfrey, you know, people that I respect have no clue what the man is really like. And now I'm glad that other people will understand what he's like, what some of us have known for years, for decades.
I am happy. I am very, very happy. 8 years of hard work, 8 years of learning, 8 years of, I watched every kid on that show from Keisha, starting at age 4, all the way to Sabrina, who started in her late teens. Made a great deal of progress in the picture for Americans, for the Europeans, for Africans, for people in the Caribbean. There's a picture of a family, African-American family now, that says that there's a doctor married to a lawyer, and they're struggling to try and help the children become the kind of kids who can do whatever they want to do, but first they have to have some goals set.
One of the most famous men, black men certainly, ever in show business, and probably one of the wealthiest.
Bill Cosby was probably the most important African-American person on TV in his day. Along the way, he did a lot of good things, and all that is for naught now. You realize that the emperor has no clothes, and what Bill Cosby says and what Bill Cosby does have absolutely no correlation. There is no morality in this man, and so he can no longer make moral positions.
Bill Cosby is somebody that we all loved growing up. Everybody knows Bill's stand on education and children, and this has been across the years. And I'm sure that Had he known about it in the beginning, we would have been able to straighten it out if we could have talked person to person.
Sadly, that same year, Cindra Ladd, who is a close friend of Cosby's, claimed that she complained of a headache, so he offered her a pill to help with the pain. She then woke up sometime later naked, with him standing by her wearing a robe. Joan Tarshis also claimed that while she worked with the comedian, he mixed her a drink and she later woke up to him raping her.
I was staying in Los Angeles with, I was writing comedy for Godfrey Cambridge, and I met these two women and I stayed with them. They knew Bill Cosby and they took me up to his dressing room, his bungalow, while he was filming his show. And I met him there the first time and told him that I was a writer. And he seemed impressed and was very friendly. We all were drinking except him because he was shooting. And he made me, I said I wanted a Bloody Mary, and he asked me if he could put some beer on the top of it. And he called it a red eye, and it was really good. And then I went back a few more times and then visited him on the set. He asked me if I would write some material with him after he was finished shooting that night, and we went up back to the bungalow and he made me a red eye. And we started working, and the next thing I remember was waking up on the couch with him taking my clothes off. I thought very quickly, and I thought I was really going to be smart to avoid this from happening, because I knew obviously what was going on. And I told him that I had an infection, and that if he had sex with me, his wife would get it, and she would know that he had an extramarital affair. So I thought I was really clever, but I wasn't. He instantly forced himself on me and made me have oral sex with him, which to me was more horrific than just a regular rape.
She did go on to tell this story a few years later, but the publishers refused to print it.
I didn't tell anybody about this. I didn't want to tell my parents. I didn't want to get them angry. I didn't want to get them upset. About a month after that, I was back at home with my parents, and he called up. My mother picked up the phone. My mother was thrilled. Oh, my daughter is writing comedy with Bill Cosby. You know, it was a much bigger name than Godfrey Cambridge, even back then. And she answered the phone. It was him, and she was really excited to talk to him. And he said, I want to invite your daughter out to the Westbury Music Fair where he was performing so she could hear the monologues, the jokes, and see me performing it in person. I figured, but I'm going to be in public. We're going to be at a theater, so I'm going to be safe. And the limousine came and got me, drove me back to his hotel. He made me a red eye. I was pretty much monosyllabic at the time. And then we went down to the limousine, and I either had a soda, excuse me, or a glass of wine. When I got to Westbury, he didn't even have a seat for me. I had to stand in the back of the audience, of the auditorium with the chauffeur. And suddenly I felt myself getting very, very, very stoned. So much so that I didn't think I could stand up. And I told the chauffeur, you better take me back to the car because I'm gonna fall down. And he did. And I don't remember walking back to the car. I don't remember getting in the car. The next thing I remembered was waking up the next morning naked next to him, who was naked, in his bed at the Sherry Netherland. And the sun was like streaming in the window, so it was the next morning. And I thought to myself, you old expletive, you got me this time. Nobody else had come out. I didn't know his history. I assumed I was not the only girl that he was doing this with. But who's going to believe me? Bill Cosby, the all-American dad, the all-American husband, the person, Mr. Jello, that everybody loves. Who would believe me? They'd probably think I was out to get something.
Linda Joy Traits claims that Cosby had offered her a lift home after her shift at a cafe, but he then drove them to a secluded area before opening up a briefcase full of pills.
One day he came to my station where I was waiting tables and sat down and started speaking with me, you know, in real real friendly and real animated and telling me I was pretty. And he offered me a ride home from the restaurant, which I accepted. And I got into his car. It was a Rolls Royce. It was early in the day. And he said, I'm going to take a drive out to the beach.
And what did you think when he said, I'm going to take you on a drive out to the beach? What went through your head?
I was starstruck. I you know, this is Bill Cosby. I mean, he's, you know, above reproach. I thought, you know, I was starstruck. I didn't think there were no red flags at all.
So you get to the beach, and then what happens?
Okay. When we were pulling into wherever it was that he was parking, he opened up a briefcase that was on his front seat, and it was filled with different assorted pills, capsules and tablets. I don't remember colors. There were no prescription bottles.
Did he explain to you what these pills were?
No. All he said was, why don't you take a couple of these to help you relax? He kept, you know, what? You know, I was, help me relax, for what?
Did you end up taking any of the pills?
No.
Okay, so then what happened?
He started grabbing at my chest, and, you know, starting to try to fondle me, and then he started to push himself on top of me, like against the seat and against the door, as he was groping me. I don't remember the conversation, but I do know that that's when I panicked. I opened the door behind me and ran out of his car and ran down the beach. And I had on a long hippie peasant skirt. That's what we wore back then. And I was running, towards the, you know, towards the shoreline. My foot must have hit the bottom of my skirt because I fell, and it tore up my skirt probably to the knee, and I partially fell in the water, so I was wet. He was coming after me, trying to calm me down because I was making such a scene. I was crying. I was in a panic. I was crying, and he said, I'll take you home, I'll take you home. You know, at that point, I was not raped, but I was groped and terrorized.
She thankfully avoided any further abuse. Linda Brown also alleged that she went to dinner with the man before he insisted on taking her to his hotel room, where he then offered her a soda. She then woke up naked as he was assaulting her like a real-life blow-up doll.
I was shocked and had no clue as to how I got there or why Mr. Cosby was beside me under the covers. I couldn't move or speak. I felt paralyzed. He flipped me over and sexually assaulted me. I felt like a rag doll and like a real-life blow-up doll for him. I was in a stupor. Later, after he finished, and when I was finally able to, I got up and got dressed. I got out of there as soon as I could, and I felt dirty, ashamed, and embarrassed.
Victoria Valentino was next, claiming that he had offered her some pills before driving her to his place. She became immobilized but still conscious as he allegedly turned her over and raped her.
When I met him, it was 1969, and he was starring in I Spy. This was before he did the Huxtable show, you know, the Cosby show. So after that experience, I left Los Angeles and I went on a healing odyssey, basically, that lasted about 12 years. I walked away from my career.
You were how old at the time?
I was 26.
26.
And it was right after my 6-year-old son had drowned in a swimming pool, which he knew about. And he used my grief to get to my roommate, who he had the hots for.
You feel he took advantage of that situation?
Oh, yeah, definitely.
It sent me in a downspin, obviously. And when I went on an audition for Cosby, one of his shows, I wasn't quite sure what he was producing at the time, I took a photograph of my son, and I was directed to his trailer instead of an audition hall. And I walked in and handed him the picture, and we both sat down opposite each other, and he held this 8x10 black and white photograph with my son with his little 60s afro looking directly into the lens of the camera. And it was mesmerizing. And he sat silently, and he looked and he looked and he looked. And it made me nervous because I was supposed to be auditioning. And I thought I was already blowing it by bringing my son's picture. So I was talking faster and faster, telling him what happened to my little boy. And it became so uncomfortable finally that I just stood up abruptly, took the photograph, said thank you, and I left. And he mumbled something unintelligible. I never expected to hear from him again. I never thought I would ever hear from his team. I knew I wasn't getting an audition because I was pretty sure I was an emotional basket case and not somebody he would be willing to risk hiring for an acting part at that point. And I was a Screen Actors Guild actress. I wasn't an amateur. I was a seasoned actress. So
I was introduced to him December '69 after my 6-year-old son died by a friend of mine who was my bunny instructor at the Playboy Club. I think that she felt that maybe it would be a good professional connection. He really had a thing for her apparently, and I was having a very bad day.
I met him again at a restaurant that I have recently, in the last 9 years since I first went public in 2014, I discovered that he was either part owner or owner of this cafe. And I was with my roommate who had rather hypnotic eyes. And she was sitting there and I was crying. I was having a particularly difficult day with the trauma, as you can imagine, when you find your baby face down at the bottom of a swimming pool. And I just couldn't stop sobbing. And I was looking down on the plate and he came to the table and I heard him speaking to her. He already knew my story, so he used my grief as an opening to connect with her. He suggested that it would be good for me to go to a spa and get a massage and a steam bath, and it would make me feel better. And he wanted to treat us. So he gave her the money and gave her his direct line on a scrap of paper and said, call me when you're finished and I'll send my driver over to pick you up. And we were living at my grandmother's house at the time in West Hollywood.
I was just so down and he kept making these corny jokes trying to get my spirits up. And I just, wasn't really in the mood. And so he gave me a pill, a capsule, actually, I think it was, a red capsule. Said, here, take this, you'll feel better.
We were sitting in the restaurant and I was still very despondent, and he put a pill next to my wine glass, a pill next to hers, and pretended to take one himself and said, this will make you feel better. It will make us all feel better. So I felt totally guilted into taking the pill because I realized I was a wet blanket on the whole evening. And then he reached over and put another pill in my mouth and another pill in her mouth. And pretty soon our faces were practically in our plates. And I said, I want to go home. So he said, oh, sure. And he took us up to the parking lot where his driver was, but his driver was gone. And I said, where's your driver? He said, oh, he had something else to do. I went, that's weird, And he said, but I'll drive you home. And we were less than 10 minutes from my grandmother's house where we were living. And instead of turning right out of the parking lot down onto the Sunset Strip to go towards my grandmother's house, he took us a left and went high up into the Hollywood Hills in these little narrow winding streets. And stopped and said, oh, I want to take you up to my office to show you my awards. Well, I really didn't care, frankly. I just wanted to go home because I was so nauseated and I had spinners and I just, it was terrible. And she was all kind of slumped over in the front seat as well. I was in the back seat.
When the car stopped, we weren't in front of my grandmother's house. We were on a windy little narrow road somewhere higher than where we had been and in front of a little apartment building. And so he took us up to a little place. He said he wanted to show us his memorabilia from his show. I Spy, I guess is what he was doing at that point.
Charlotte Kemp claims that she was also with her that night and she too was drugged and passed out, but they managed to leave together before Kemp was assaulted herself.
He took us up there and it was obviously not a working office, and There were posters of him and Robert Culp in I Spy on the wall. And anyway, he was working up the courage or the, I don't know, inspiration to rape my unconscious roommate. And I distracted him, and he got up finally very angry and came towards me. And I became the collateral damage.
She lay down on one, or sat down on one little love seat, and then just kind of lay back and passed out. And I was on the other one and pretty much passed out. And I kept opening my eyes and looking because I was getting spinners and I was feeling like I was going to throw up. And he was sitting on the edge of the love seat where she was passed out. And he was looking down at her, you know, with this really predatory look. And if I had misinterpreted that, there was a growing bulge in his pants. And I started panicking, and I was trying to distract him, get his attention away. It was very clear to me that he was going to assault her while she was asleep or passed out, unconscious. And then he came over to me. It's very difficult for me to talk about what he did. You know, anyway. When he was done, he started to walk out. And I said, how, you know, in slurred words, how are we going to get out of here? How do we get home? And he said, call a cab. And left. I can't hear his name. I can't see his image on television. I have to hit the remote. I have to walk out of the room. I have to change the channel. I still feel, you know, even though I don't consciously think about it all the time, I don't, yet it is like this subliminal soundtrack. You just feel ashamed and dirty, and even though you know it wasn't your fault.
Valentino immediately told friends what had happened.
Did you think about going to the police?
It was the 60s. And in those days, rape victims were re-victimized. It wasn't compassion and protection of the victim. Oh no, it was, well, what were you wearing?
Autumn Burns worked at a casino in Las Vegas and claims that she was approached in 1970 by Bill Cosby, who assured her that he could help her break into the entertainment industry. She alleged that he invited her up to his hotel suite before offering her a drink and forcing her into oral sex. The following year, while Cosby was featured on The Tonight Show with Johnny Carson, Louisa Moritz claimed that he forced oral sex onto her backstage. Despite his alleged private activities, in 1971 Bill Cosby continued his education and earned a bachelor's degree. And in 1972 he began graduate work at UMass Amherst and received a Master's of Arts degree. The new Bill Cosby Show was then brought to the TV screens, only lasting a season, but he quickly bounced back with the Saturday morning cartoon Fat Albert and the Cosby Kids, and he soon became an absolute icon in the entertainment industry.
You had worked with Cosby. You did Fat Albert.
I did do Fat Albert, and I'm still very proud of that movie because we worked hard on it and had a good time. And it makes people feel good when they watch it, besides whatever's happening with that dude.
Yeah.
But, you know, they're like little indicators of things that happen that you just go, that was a little different. And one of them was this story, you know, that he told me where he was like, you know, life is good in the movies or whatever, but you just be ready because when this movie comes out, you're gonna need two because the women are gonna be all over you. And I was like, no, what? I'm sorry, Dr. Huxtable, what was that? I didn't catch. And like, you know, that weird type stuff just goes in the back of your, like, no, that was just he's a guy, I guess,
right.
Being a,
and then you hear, and then that everything comes out, and it's like the end of Usual Suspects, where you're like, oh my God, Kevin Spacey was Kaiser Soze.
Where is he? He's around the corner.
He was on dozens of commercials and was one of the first black people to appear as an advertising spokesperson. There were no commercials with a black person holding something, buying a product, so the absence of pictures in retrospect said a lot. That same year, his third daughter Ensa was born, but the allegations didn't stop. Tamara Lucia Green allegedly worked at Bill Cosby's restaurant, in which he allegedly offered her a decongestant before driving her to his home.
I was working for a friend of his, a doctor. As it turns out, he's the doctor who was prescribing the Quaaludes in question that Bill Cosby was giving to young people who wanted to have sex, and or that he wanted to have sex with, which he admitted in a deposition later. I was supposed to go through his phone book and my friend's phone book to raise money. They wanted to open a club in Los Angeles called the Bayou Club. And I was very sick. I had the regular flu back in the day, and I tried to call my boss and say, look, I can't work, I have to go home. And somehow I called Figaro Restaurant, which was owned by Bill Cosby, and he took the call. And he said, why don't you come to the restaurant and have some lunch and you'll probably feel better. And I thought, well, you know, that's what my mother would say to me. I had no doubts about it.
Did you know Cosby?
I knew him through Dr. Amar.
Through the doctor. And he was big and famous at the time.
Sure. So I arrive at the restaurant. He's in his own personal table, and the restaurant is packed. It was a huge success in those days. And he says to me, he introduces me, Cecily Tyson was there, Lonnie Elder, who wrote Sounder. There were other people regarding Sounder there. And, excuse me, he said, well, listen, do you want to take some contact or something? Would that help? And I thought, what do I know? So he goes back into his office, comes back out with these two capsules in his hand, gives them to me. Now it's lunchtime, midday, in a packed restaurant in public with his friends. I took the pills. And he was right. In about 20 minutes, I'm like, yeah, this will work. And then I started just melting into my food, and I heard him say, she must be more sick than we thought. I'll take her home. And by the time he got me home, I was essentially helpless. And you know, in spite of trying to fight him off and all that stuff, he raped me. A tiny piece before that, my brother was in the hospital at the Children's Hospital in Los Angeles. He was dying of cystic fibrosis. And before I was well enough to go and visit him, because I did have the flu, and because I had been unconscious from being drugged from lunchtime till about 3 o'clock in the morning when I finally woke up, and it took some time to recover. When I went to the hospital, I meant to go to seek my mother's love, you know, my mother's support, you know, to have her hug me and tell me it was okay. And when I got there, Cosby had been there and had given my brother a portable radio, had glad-handed with the nurses and the what have you. The children were over the moon. My brother was a hero. My mother was so happy, and I just couldn't say anything about it. I just said, you know, and my mother was, isn't he wonderful? And I said, no, Mom, he's a very bad man, but that was all I ever said to her at that time. And I called
remind me
him
of your
and
age again. How old were you?
I was about 20-ish, 21, something. And I spoke to him later, and I said, I'm not going to make a fuss about this, but I'm going to tell everyone I ever meet who will sit still for the rest of my life what you did to me.
Charlotte Fox claimed to work on Uptown Saturday Night, where she was invited to a party at the Playboy Mansion, which was hosted by Bill Cosby at the time. She claims that she started to drink at the club, but then began to black out as he raped her.
In 1973-74, I was in Uptown Saturday Night, an actress, and there was Cosby did these after-hours kind of jam sessions, and one evening I was invited with some other folks to go to Concerts by the Sea in Redondo Beach, and I attended that. And then at the end of the night, he said, you know, we're going to go up to the Playboy Mansion. So everyone went to the Playboy Mansion, and I just remember being very ill, going to the bathroom, and after that, I didn't remember anything else. I woke up, and he was in the room. I was in the bed with no clothes, and Mr. Cosby had sex with me. It was not consensual.
Shawn Upshaw Brown was a woman who Cosby admitted to having an affair with at this point. By her own admission, she wasn't freaky enough for him, so he insisted on her drinking alcohol and smoking marijuana before she passed out, and he then raped her. Brown is the mother of Autumn Jackson, who even claims to be the biological daughter of Bill Cosby. Linda Ridgway Whitedeer claimed that during a job interview on a movie set, she was then sexually assaulted by Bill Cosby.
As I looked up, his penis was out of his pants, and he shoved it into my mouth. His attack was fast, with surgical precision, and surprise was on his side.
I couldn't breathe. I was in shock. I thought of the boy possibly outside the door. When Cosby was done, there was a horrible mess of semen all over my face, my clothes, and in my hair. He took out a Kleenex to try and wipe off my face. I was bordering between vomiting and passing out. He was mumbling that I had been blessed with his semen, as if it was holy water. He gloated over my humiliation. He planned it. Even to this day, I am still ashamed that I went into shock. I wish I'd tried to kick him, but I felt like my heart had stopped. I couldn't catch my breath.
The stories would only continue when Helen Hayes, not to be confused with the actress of the same name, claimed to have attended the 1973 celebrity tennis tournament, and there Cosby stalked her throughout the entire evening before confronting her and groping her breasts.
I was attending the Clint Eastwood celebrity tennis tournament in Pebble Beach, California, with two of my friends. Bill followed us around all day Saturday. He found us again on Saturday night, even though we had changed restaurants several times to avoid him. At first, we thought it was all right because it was daytime and it was Bill Cosby. We felt we were safe. But then when he found us in the last restaurant, he approached me from behind and reached over my shoulder and grabbed my right breast. I was stunned and angry because he had no right to do that. And I didn't know why he would behave that way. His behavior was like that of a predator.
I was dark and tan and healthy and skinny and everything, and he started going, we would go into bars and out bars and down alleys and up alleys and there in Carmel, and he found us, always found us, 2 days. And I remember saying to Gloria Allred, he's just like a predator. He followed us, and then he finally, we thought we got rid of him. We went into the restaurant and sat down, and he came up behind me and put his whole body up against the back of my body, and then he reached over my right shoulder and grabbed my right breast, and I said, "What the hell do you think you're doing?" And I know that at 21 I would have said, "Oh, Bill, you're so silly." I can understand these young girls looking at him as Dr. Huxtable, Mr. America, or whatever they referred to him as. But I was older, so that's why I said, "What the hell do you think you're doing?" He was gone. He took off so fast, and I've never seen him to this day. Not ever seen him. I don't go to his movie. I didn't watch his TV show or anything. I can't stand him. I just can't stand him.
Kathy McKee was a close personal friend of Cosby's and had been for around 8 years. But one day he supposedly invited her to his Detroit hotel room before allegedly spinning her around and penetrating her.
I believed him in his story that he had left his wife, and they were breaking up, and they were going to get a divorce, and, on and on and on and on, yada yada. And every time he'd show up at my door, months would go by, he'd go back home, then he'd leave again. And it was always the same thing. And quite frankly, I was young and naive, and I didn't really care what the deal was. I was hot for him, and we had a very hot sexual romance. So I did it. I did what I wanted to do very freely and very openly. And of course, I probably hurt her, and I'm sorry about it now.
I was on the road with Sammy Davis at the time, and often we would cross paths with incoming acts or outcoming. They'd either be leaving and we'd be coming in, or we'd be leaving, closing, and they'd be coming in, and we would hook up, and sometimes go out to dinner or hang out or whatever. So this is how it happened. I was on the road with Sammy. We were probably playing the Pine Knob Theater, because we used to come here and play that location, Pine Knob. And so I saw Bill. He was a friend. I had been out many occasions with groups of people with Bill to dinner. We'd run into each other in New York or something, and that's why this was so shocking and surprising when it happened to me, because we didn't have that kind of relationship. We weren't attracted to each other like that, and there was no nothing like this. It wasn't about a sexual relationship. It was just about friends that knew each other. And he knew Sammy very well. So I was really shocked when it happened, really. I called him first, and he said, listen, why don't you come by and take me to a party. There was a party on a yacht that he was the guest of honor, I would imagine. And he wanted me to bring ribs. There was a rib barbecue place back in the day in Detroit. And so I said, okay, sure, I'll bring you some ribs, you know, no problem. So I arrived at the hotel, knocked on the door. He opened the door. He was wearing a robe and a hat, a cap. And I stepped in, and he took the ribs out of my hand, set them down on a table, shut the door, pulled me to him, spun me around, and had his way with me. It was very quick and very fast, and it wasn't even, there was nothing enjoyable or pleasant about it, shall we say. I was shocked because I had known him for such a long time, and we had a friendly friendship relationship. And it stunned me, and it happened quick, fast, bada boom, bada bing, over and out. I pulled myself together, went into the powder room, you know, straightened myself up, and Bill went and got dressed, came back out and joined me, and we left. Come on, let's go. We left. We went to get in the car and go to this party, which I was driving him because that's why I had come there, was to pick him up. So that's what happened, the actual event.
Being attacked in 1974 by Bill Cosby, who was at the time my good friend, I thought, my buddy, someone I worked with, was a horrible thing to happen. It's caused me a lifetime of problems emotionally, work issues, being in the industry, the television business. It's been very difficult on me. And I feel a great deal of sorrow for all the women that this has happened to, and not just with Bill Cosby, you know, but everywhere. And I'm just struggling to keep going every day.
Friends would come to visit me from my hometown of Detroit, and I would take them up there to walk around and see Hugh Hefner's house and have a drink, and oh my God, you know, this was a big thing. Only a few people that I cherished that were important to me did I do that with, but I was able to do that. So I saw Bill Cosby, and I knew what he was doing, and we used to run into him on the road, and that's actually how the incident happened with me. I had bumped into him in Detroit on the road. We were playing the Pine Knob Theater, Sammy and I. And that's how I got raped by Bill Cosby, because I trusted him like a brother. I had known him for many, many years. I had appeared on his early sitcom in 1970, 71.
The reason why I didn't tell the story all these years, or didn't say anything really, I didn't tell Sammy Davis, who was my lover and boyfriend for many years. I was with Sammy when this happened. We were on the road together. Is really because I was really afraid for my career, afraid that it wasn't the smart thing to do, to make a big stink of it. I have discovered and learned in my years in show business, which have been quite a few, I started my career in the late 60s, that this kind of thing, you know, happens a lot. I mean, men in show business are very powerful, and they assume that they're going to get from you sex, and it's an unspoken word. It just happens. I mean, they expect that you're going to give it to them, and you kind of figure you're going to give it to them, and they take it often, what they want. So I figured maybe because of the Hollywood mindset, it would be better for me if I didn't say anything to anybody. I didn't tell anybody. I didn't tell my sister. I didn't tell a soul. A few girlfriends in LA I went to and said, oh, you aren't going to believe what happened. But nobody was shocked, and nobody was really surprised by it.
So I trusted him. He was a good friend, I thought. He knew my sister, Lynette McKee, well. In fact, he's one of the first people to give Lynette a little job. She was several years younger than me, and she was hanging out with me. My parents had let her come and live with me in LA. I was just starting my career, really, and she wanted a career in show business also, very much so. And Cosby gave her a job working on the set. running errands for him back and forth to his trailer and getting his script and getting his cigars. We thought nothing of it. We totally trusted him. Who would have ever dreamed in a million years that Bill Cosby was doping and raping maliciously women? They were throwing themselves at his feet.
It hurts. It's painful. It's an attack. It's a rape. It's an attack on your body, and it's very frightening. It's very scary. When a man like Bill Cosby, who at the time was a big, strong man, to attack you in a room, it terrified me. It scared me. I actually thought he was going to kill me because I really thought that he had to have lost his mind in order to do something like this to me. It's horrible. And then the fear of being so afraid for 40-something years to tell anybody about it, to say anything, because nobody believes us. Nobody, they think, oh, Bill Cosby, oh, America's dad, a fine man. Oh, come on, how could he do this to you? It's a mess.
He was very scary also, too. It's another, like a Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde. Another personality came out entirely. A very scary personality.
After this had happened with Bill, he became like a different person. This was not the same Bill Cosby that I had known all the years. It was like a different person emerged, a different personality. So the whole evening was, from that point on, once he took me and had his way with me, he changed, his attitude changed up. He got really moody and really dark, and he barely spoke 2 words to me the rest of the evening, and we went on this yacht where all these people were, so I went and mingled with the people. I got away from Bill. And as the evening went on, all I could do was couldn't wait for this boat to dock so I could get off and get in my car and get the heck out of there. That's all I wanted to do, was get away, because it was clear that once, it was as if Bill had morphed into another person, an ugly person. And it was just a very uncomfortable situation. I didn't tell Sammy about it. I didn't figure that it was anything that Sammy needed to know. He had a lot of his own personal problems, and he had to do his shows, and he had to deal with all kinds of other stuff going on in his life, and I really didn't tell anybody. It was very embarrassing what happened, and how he took advantage of me like that. And I always like to feel that I'm in control and I have the power and I'm a strong woman. And so I didn't really find being a victim an interesting tale to tell to anybody. And I guess I thought too, maybe if I didn't talk about it, that it would probably just disappear and go away. And it kind of did.
Judith Huth was just 16 years old in 1974 when she allegedly wandered onto a movie set where Cosby was working at the time. He allegedly took her to his home before giving her some drinks and then taking her to the Playboy Mansion. He supposedly ordered her to tell everyone that she was 19 before taking her to a room, and he then masturbated in front of her. Similarly, Margie Shapiro claimed to have met Bill Cosby in a donut shop. He then randomly decided to invite her to a party before a visit to the Playboy Mansion. There, he wanted to play a game which involved her swallowing a pill. But as she regained consciousness, Bill Cosby was supposedly already raping her.
At some point, I didn't really wake up, but I came to a little, and the first thing I saw was Bill Cosby's face not far above me, and we were both naked. He was inside me and touching me, and I was so grossed out, I can't find the words to express my disgust, and mercifully, I passed back out again.
Marcella Tate was also invited to a party at the mansion before allegedly being given a drink, blacking out and waking up in bed next to an also naked Bill Cosby. In 1976, Cosby earned his Doctor of Education degree, and his stand-up comedy was historic. He was loved for his comedy, satire, surreal and deadpan humour. At the time, comedians were experimenting with edgy and risque material, whereas Cosby used personal experiences from his own childhood. A white person listens to my act and he laughs and thinks, yeah, that's the way I see it too. Okay, he's white, I'm Negro, and we both see things the same way. That must mean that we are alike, right? So I figure this way I'm doing as much for good race relations as the next guy. That same year, his fourth and final daughter, Evan, was born. Teresa Sirignesi claimed that Cosby approached her at the Las Vegas Hilton where he was performing at the time and was invited to his show, to which she accepted. Afterwards, he allegedly gave her some quaaludes before raping her, as well as later paying for her educational pledge.
After I graduated from high school, my parents were divorced. My mother moved to Las Vegas, and evidently my younger brother and sister were going to school there. And in the summer, I went to visit my mother. And at lunchtime, my mother lived directly across the street from the Hilton Hotel. So me and my two younger sisters and my one brother went across the street to the Hilton to eat lunch. We ate lunch, and then we're just walking around the hotel, and we were in the gift shop, and I was standing by the gift counter with my sister Cecilia, and my sister Michelle was there, which I didn't even know or remember until just a few years ago. So my brother told me just a few years ago, evidently, what was going on behind me I wasn't aware of. But somebody put their arm around my neck and leaned in and said, "Will you marry me?" And I turned around and I smiled. It was Bill Cosby. I was thrilled because it was very exciting. He's a celebrity. I'm at the Hilton Hotel. His name's on the hotel. I was so excited. A little bit about my brother. He said his experience was Bill Cosby, he saw him walking towards me. He pushed my brother out of the way and made a beeline to me. So that's what was going on behind my back. I didn't know that until just a couple years ago, because basically we didn't talk about this. So he asked all of my siblings, myself, "Do you want to go to my show?" I said, "Sure." And so evidently my brothers and sisters didn't go because they were under 18. I was approximately 18 years old at the time, and I was thrilled I was going to get a free ticket to go see Bill Cosby. Who wouldn't go? Everybody loved him. I went to the show. When I got there, they escorted me to a seat, and I loved the show. It was so good. I enjoyed it. I laughed. It was like such a great experience to be there. And then somebody came and got me, and I thought, okay, I'll follow them. And then we went to a meet and greet. It was a meet and greet, and there was like a lot of people there. And everybody was laughing and meeting him, and I was very shy. I was always, as Bill Cosby quotes in his deposition, a passive personality. So I was just standing there. I didn't know what to do. I had low self-esteem. I was shy. So I just stood for a while, and people trickled out, and I just didn't know what to do. So I kept staying there. In my deposition, they said, "Well, why didn't you leave?" And I said, "Well, I figured they put me there, they would take me out when it was time to go. Plus, I didn't even know where I was." So finally, I sat down on a couch, a little love seat there, and little by little, everybody went. And then I was getting, I didn't know what to do. I was a kid. I was a teenager. It was, I guess, even fearful meeting celebrity. That was intimidating. I was intimidated by the celebrity of who this guy was. Well, next thing I knew, he was standing before me, like over here, and he had his hand out and he said, "Take these." It was 2 large white pills. I took them. Didn't know what they were, didn't even ask. I just was intimidated, I guess. And I took them. Then my next memory is feeling drugged and him having sex with me. Well, I went to Catholic school. I was taught to be obedient. I was, as I said, I didn't have the highest self-esteem, and I didn't have a repertoire of knowledge about what to do in this kind of a situation. I took the pills. I didn't anticipate what was going to be happening afterwards. Evidently, I passed out, but when I woke up, I was standing, kind of leaning forward, and I looked in the mirror and I saw what was happening to me. I was being raped from behind. And I saw that, and I know that happened. I saw it, but then evidently I passed out again. Well, my next memory is, unfortunately, I'm outside of the hotel. It's pitch dark. I'm standing there by myself, just ditched like garbage. Just, how did I get there? And then my next memory, I don't even know how I got home, and thank God I got home. My next memory is I was in front of my mother, telling my mother what happened.
He's taking advantage of his celebrity, his money, his credibility, his fame, and he's picking vulnerable victims.
A woman simply referring to herself as Elizabeth reported that she was a flight attendant in 1976 when she met Cosby and was invited to dinner. He then supposedly provided her with a glass of sake, which caused her to fall into a trance-like state. He then forced her to perform an act she described as the most horrifying thing that could happen to an innocent young woman. Sharon Van Eert claimed to have met him when she worked at a jazz club, and he gave her something to drink. She began to feel strange, so she headed to her car to try to sober up before he began caressing her. She claimed to black out and then woke up sometime later, but her underpants were missing. In 1977, Sarita Butterfield claimed to have been cornered at a party by Cosby, who groped her breasts, but she was thankfully able to fight him off.
When I met Bill Cosby, I was 22 years old. And I was working at the Playboy Club, the New York Playboy Club. I was invited to go to Los Angeles by Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, who is a very, very dear friend of mine. And when I got out there, he surprised me by taking me over to Hugh Hefner's mansion. And he says, I want to introduce you to your real boss. Hugh Hefner and Sandra kept saying, we have to introduce you to Cos. And I said, well, who's Cos? They said, Bill Cosby. He'll love you. You have to meet him. But little did I know that they might have spoke to him about me or something, because when I went back to New York, about a month later, I got a phone call from the PR department, and she says, Bill Cosby wants your phone number. He wants to call you, and he wants to know if it's okay to give you his number, for you to give me your number. And I said, sure. I said, I was trying to be relaxed. I said, sure, of course, and I'm thinking, oh, this is the big break. He's going to cast me in one of his TV shows, movies, or whatever. And shortly after I hung up, he did call. And he immediately called me, actually, and he invited me to his home in Massachusetts for Christmas Eve. He said, I'd like you to join me and my family Christmas Eve in Massachusetts. I was just elated. I should have kind of came to my senses, said something's not right. You don't even know me, and you're inviting me to your home and with your family on Christmas Eve. But I was young, and I was very excited, and I flew there. He had someone pick me up at the airport, a friend of his, picked me up at the airport. And upon arriving at his home, it was a very warm welcome. I mean, I felt I was somebody very important. I didn't know, I couldn't put the pieces together how important, I was just in the magazine and I was a Playboy bunny. But I was at Bill Cosby's house with his family, his children, and his wife. And that was really, it was an incredible excitement and happiness for me. There were quite a few celebrities there, Clarence Williams III and U.B. Blakely, and some really interesting people. And I just felt like I just felt so like I won some kind of award or something special that got me, that I was invited to be with these powerful, wonderful people. And we sat at the dinner table with the kids and everybody, and I just felt, I was gloating. I was so happy. I was like, wow, this is really special. Until I was in the guest house, and I was by myself, and he like approached me, kind of cornered me, and he like aggressively grabbed me and kissed me and pulled me towards him, and it was like, it was so, it was awful. It was so like, Like I was saying, no, what are you doing? Get off me, you know? He wanted to know if that's all my hair. He had a thing about hair. It was like, is this all your hair? And at that time, my hair was a little longer. I was like, whoa, wait a minute, you know? And I'm thinking, where are the kids? Who's what, you know? Because I'm thinking my image too. What are they thinking? And what would they think of me if they see me off in a corner and he's grabbing on me? And so I told him, get off me, like back off. And Christmas Day, the next day, the kids started opening the gifts, and all the kids were opening their gifts, and I stayed upstairs, and they were downstairs at the guest house, and I wanted just to be invisible. I kind of like went into a corner and like was stepped back, and then he looked up and he called me down. He says, come on down. And I said, oh, okay. And I went down. And he gave me a gift. He handed me a VCR recorder as a gift. And I guess I was supposed to feel happy and a part of the Christmas celebration, but it wasn't the same. It was, I wanted to leave. I wanted to get out of there. I guess he didn't get his way with me. And I don't know how he wanted his way with me. In the guest house, we weren't in a room, we were in an open area. So what were you thinking, Dr. Cosby? What were you thinking?
A year later, Patricia Leary Stewart claimed to have been invited to a party at his home, but like before, she was the only guest. She had a drink but then woke up a little while later with no memory, and this happened once again after this incident, but that time around she was completely naked.
I was introduced to him. He found out that I was a singer. He offered to mentor me in my career. Soon after that, he invited me to his family home in Massachusetts, where he drugged me in a drink that he gave me. And the next thing I remembered was I was waking up because he was waking me up and telling me that I needed to leave. And I did not know what had happened, and I was sicker than I've ever been in my life. And he told me that it was my responsibility, that I had thrown up and passed out. And I believed him because he was famous and he was trustworthy, and I was humiliated and embarrassed and thought I'd never hear from him again. But I did. And a year and a half later, he also drugged me and he raped me.
PJ Marston worked at the Playboy Club at the time and claimed that she was invited to dinner by Bill Cosby in 1979 and offered a cocktail, which then knocked her unconscious. She then woke up in bed naked and bruised, but once she reported this to the club management, she was allegedly told by the supervisor to shut her mouth.
He was being interviewed in the Playmate lounge with a reporter, and after they had their lunch and their interview, he asked me if I wanted to have lunch with him, and I said, sure. I knew him for 5 years, and so we had lunch at Banquet on a Bun, and later that afternoon he called me on a private number in my office, which I didn't understand how he got that number, but he asked me if I wanted to have dinner the next night, and I said, sure. So he called me that afternoon and said, well, meet me at the Whitehall Hotel. So I didn't think anything of it. He was in town he was doing a comedy show, he was doing interviews. So I met him at the Whitehall. I called from downstairs. He said, we'll come up to this particular suite. When I went up to the room, there were 4 other men in the room, and they were playing cards and smoking cigars and watching sports. And Cosby asked me if I wanted to have a drink. And it was 7:30 in the evening. I wasn't much of a drinker. And I said, well, I'll have a little Grand Marnier. Now, that's an after-dinner drink, so you can tell what kind of a novice I was. And he sent a bellman out to get the bottle, brought the bottle back up, and he fixed the drink behind me. I took 2 sips, and that's the last thing I remember.
Really?
Until 2 sips. At 4 o'clock in the morning, I woke up in bed, naked, bruised and battered. And I looked over and he was there naked, and I slivered out of the bed because I didn't want to wake him, and I gathered my clothes, and I got dressed and I went downstairs and I got a cab, went to my apartment, took a shower. I had to go back to work at Playboy. I had to get the girls on the floor. And I went back to work.
Did you have a memory of what happened between that drink and...
I don't have any memory at all of what happened, but I knew that I was brutally raped. I knew it. A couple hours later, he called me in the office and asked, why did I leave? And I said, I was scared to say anything. I said, had to go back to work. So he says, I'm sending you a gift. About 4 hours later, a 4-foot ficus tree showed up in my office with a note on it that said something to the effect that friendships have to be groomed like you have to groom this tree. And I didn't quite understand that, but he phoned the office again and he proceeded to tell me that I had a certain way to water the plant and how to clip the leaves and I had to groom this side of the plant, and I ended up throwing it out. He continued to call and I kept turning him down, and then he would call and ask for particular bunnies. And I told him he couldn't talk to them on the phone, and I would take a message. I took all the messages for weeks, and I threw them all out. After he raped me, I told my bosses at Playboy what he did to me. And Playboy said to me, well, you know Bill Cosby is Hefner's best friend, right? And I said, yes, I know that. Well, nobody's gonna believe you. I suggest you shut your mouth.
That's what you were told?
That's what I was told. My body had bruises on my inner thighs. I was bruised pretty badly. It was an act of violence. It wasn't a sexual encounter. It was an act of sexual violence.
Joyce Emmons reported Cosby attending her comedy club and that he allegedly offered her a headache pill. He supposedly frequently showed off his large collection of drugs, despite never taking them himself. She reported waking up naked with his friend, and when confronted, Cosby supposedly admitted to giving her a quaalude. Cosby supposedly offered to help Pamela Abeta become a Playboy model, but during dinner she drank something and passed out before waking up with 3 naked men near her, one of which was Bill Cosby.
You know, when I came down to Las Vegas, and, you know, for the 2 days he had me drugged up, 2 days. I didn't even remember leaving the hotel on Sunday. That Sunday came. I don't remember leaving because he kept giving me the drug after drug. I couldn't breathe. I felt like I was dying. I felt suffocated. And it was really a horrible feeling to be, not being able to breathe because he's drugging me up so much. Whatever he gave me, I was so out of it. And, he's such a liar. And he knows what he did. If I ever saw him face to face, I'm sorry. I'm shaking inside so bad. I don't know what I would do if I saw him face to face.
In 1980, television host Charlotte Laws claimed that she had a close friend who she only referred to as Sandy, who had a consensual relationship with Bill Cosby. But one morning, Sandy realized that she had been drugged and raped whilst unconscious. But Sandy admitted that she had no idea why he would do this, as she never had any issues consenting with him in the past.
I mean, it made no sense to her, and she was really pretty, sexually wild, and she was willing to go along with anything, and it didn't make any sense.
Did she understand it or think of it as a rape? Or did you even?
No, she didn't ever categorize it that way, and I never thought of it as sexual assault because she didn't categorize it that way, and I felt since she was the victim of the drugging, it was her decision to decide how to define it. Sure. And I also thought it was a one-off. I mean, I didn't think he was drugging other women. I mean, and she didn't either. I mean, that was not something that we anticipated at that time, and we thought, she thought it was intentional, but I thought maybe it was some kind of an accident. Maybe he had given her something that reacted in an unusual and unexpected way and had knocked her out. And, one time it happened and it would never happen again.
Beverly Johnson was another woman who claimed to have been offered a drugged espresso, but she declined and left without further assault.
I'd get a call from my agency, modeling agency, stating that Bill Cosby wants me to come in for a part on the show. I was invited down to the studio, and then Bill Cosby asked me to meet at his brownstone to go over the role. Part of the exercise he wanted me to do was to act like you were drunk. The role was for a pregnant woman on the show, but I said, well, okay, and I went with that.
I mean, this was after having a little bite to eat. He, sat down in a chair with the acting exercise, act like you're a drunk woman. So I was kind of like, bing, another red flag. And I said, okay, I can handle this. And then he's over there, making the coffee at the cappuccino machine, which is this big, elaborate machine. And I said, oh, no, thank you, I don't drink coffee, And he says, oh, no, but you're going to love this coffee, cappuccino. So he gave me this cappuccino.
It was spiked.
Yes, it was. I took a couple of sips of the cappuccino, and from the first sip and then the second sip, I knew I had been drugged. I mean, I was woozy, my speech was slurred. It kept getting stronger, you know, as time went on. I knew that I was in danger. He called me over as if to begin the scene. He placed his hands on my waist. I put one hand on his shoulder to steady myself, and he puts one hand around my waist, and I just looked him in the eye and said, "You are I got a beeper. Aren't you?" Just point blank. He was like, and then I just went to a tirade. I was livid.
You're cussing him, you're
Outraged,
yelling, you're
outraged,
belligerent.
and afraid, and scared out of my mind. And all I could think about is, where am I going to go before I pass out? What safe place can I get to before I pass? I just called him every name I could possibly think of, some pretty strong names. He was getting angry, he was pissed, and he, grabbed me by my arm and dragged me down the brownstone stairs, and a taxi stopped, and he threw me in the taxi. And then I realized we're outside, and it's daylight, and people are recognizing him, and I'm standing there, and he's flagging a taxi. And I'm looking at people, everybody's looking, and then he opens the door, he throws me in the taxi. And I'm trying to get my address out where I live. I'm trying to tell, and the driver's like, oh, no, she must be, drunk or what. And I get my address out. And the last thing I remember, Dr. Phil, is saying, did I just call Bill Cosby a I feel very lucky that I wasn't raped. And I don't think I was raped, but I don't know how I got home. I don't know how I got upstairs. I would imagine it was my doorman that took me out of the taxi and got me upstairs. It was almost like a family member had betrayed me. It was such a huge sense of betrayal for me.
Kaya Thompson claimed to have been on the set of The Cosby Show when he forced himself on her and then ordered her to use a bottle of Lubriderm to pleasure him. As she left, Cosby offered her $7,000. In 1981, Linda Kirkpatrick claimed to have been invited backstage to his Las Vegas show where he handed her a drink, making her pass out, though she did have some intermittent memories of him trying to mount her.
The first time that I was in his dressing room after winning the tennis tournament, as was stated, I was given something to drink, a clear liquid, unrecognizable to me. I just know that it tasted terrible.
Who gave it to you?
Very soon thereafter, Bill Cosby handed it to me himself. I won the tennis tournament, and Mr. Cosby said, if you win, you come to my show tonight. And my tennis partner and I did win, but my tennis partner worked at the Hilton and saw Mr. Cosby's show nightly. So that's where I ended up in his dressing room solo. And there, I was handed a drink of a clear liquid. There were other people milling about. And the next conscious memory I have is watching his show from where the spotlight was being operated. I asked the woman next to me, who I was introduced to in the dressing room, why are we sitting up here? Because I couldn't see nor hear the show. It was very confusing. I don't know how I got there. And she said that's where Mr. Cosby wanted us. The next conscious memory I have, I was in his dressing room. He was on top of me. He was forcefully kissing me, and I remember thinking, why is he doing this to me? And I also noticed that he was wearing a silver ID bracelet, the old style kind from the 70s, and his wife's name Camille was on it. And I remember thinking, one of my last conscious memories is, why is he doing this to me? And even while wearing his wife's bracelet. I don't remember anything after that. I don't know how I got home. The next day I was violently ill. I was continuing on in the tennis tournament. I returned to the tennis club where I had to default my next match because I was vomiting on the court, incredibly sick.
I didn't want sex from him, with him, about him, around him.
I received a message from him at the tennis facility saying Bill Cosby would like you to call him. I called him right then and there to give him a piece of my mind of, you know, what did you do? Why did you do it? How could you do this? I didn't want anything from him. I wasn't seeking a career. I didn't want sex with him. I didn't want anything from him. I was simply accepting an invitation that he offered to me for winning my match against him and his partner. He apologized on the phone. He said he was sorry for his behavior the night before. He said that perhaps I got the wrong idea as to what I wanted. In other words, I felt like he said I asked for it. He asked me back to his room, his dressing room again that night between his first and second show to play backgammon. He said, let me make it up to you. Come back tonight. We'll play some backgammon and then I'll get you that front row seat. I felt it was a sincere apology. I accepted his apology, and I did return the next night, in part to prove to him and myself that I didn't ask for anything. I simply was accepting the invitation that was offered. I vowed before I went I wouldn't drink anything offered there, and I wouldn't drink anything prior to, so that I was completely had my wits about me, just to be completely clear of what was to take place and what wouldn't. I did return the next night. We did play a few games of backgammon, again alone in his dressing room, and at one point he indicated it was time for him to get ready now to go to the second show. Therefore, I felt someone would come soon to escort me to my seat for the show, and much to my surprise, he came at me again. He wrapped his arms around me in a tight bear hold and where I couldn't get away, and he was forcefully trying to kiss me again. I told him to stop, no, get away, and I pushed him away, and I left, and I never returned. Never called, never spoke to him.
A woman only calling herself Kathy claimed to have been a cocktail waitress in a nightclub in Denver where Cosby frequently performed. She alleged that he offered her red wine, which made her pass out and then wake up the next morning in a strange room covered in bruises as the comedian was standing over her in a robe. Despite trying to convince her to stay, she immediately rushed home. In 1982, Janice Dickinson reported that Cosby had followed her career and had invited her back to his hotel immediately after she got out of rehab. He then allegedly gave her wine and a pill before she supposedly blacked out and woke up to him raping her.
I was on a job in Bali in Indonesia, and he called, and the conversation was, the best of my recollection, you need to get to Lake Tahoe because I'll be performing there, and I want to offer you that job we talked about, as well as helping you with a singing career I hear you're trying to do. When I arrived in Lake Tahoe, Bill was performing at the venue. Mr. Gardner, Stu Gardner, left the dinner table. I was alone with him, and I had menstrual cramps. I had stomach cramps. He said, oh, I've got something for that, and he gave me a pill. And
did you ask what it was?
I don't remember that. I don't remember. But if he's giving me a pill, I trust the guy. I trusted Bill Cosby, so he gave me...
Why did you feel like you trusted him?
Because of his demeanor and the promise of a career. And, you know, I trusted him, and I wanted a television career. I always had I had a successful career. For commercials, I wanted to take it to the next level.
And at the same time, though, you were telling me you're in rehab. You were still very fragile. He offered you wine. That was a no-no in your view, but now he offers you a pill, and you still trust him?
It was red wine, it was a pill, and then when I started to black out, I had a Polaroid camera on me. That's when I took several photographs with a Polaroid, when I had one of the first Polaroid cameras, and you know, I just remembered shooting these pictures and having them on me in my room. The next morning when I woke up, the last thing I remember, I had blacked out, and Cosby mounting me like the monster that he was. And I was thinking, what the heck? And I just remembered passing out, but I remember more specifically waking up and that there was a lot of pain in downstairs. There was semen all over me, and that my pajamas bottoms were off and the top was open. And I, at that point, fight or flight, I just packed up and I got the hell out of there. The last thing I remember was Bill Cosby in a patchwork robe, dropping his robe and getting on top of me. I'm sorry.
There's no need to apologize. This, you know.
I don't know how to process
It's very-
this. I do
it's-
not know how to process these emotions. You know, I'm going to meditate, I'm going to go to church. I do not know. This has affected me in my house. It's affecting me. And it has probably affected these women.
Renita Cheney Hill was only 15 years old when she was involved in his children's show Picture Pages, but he allegedly forced her to take drinks, knocking her out until the next day. Once she confronted him about this, he supposedly told her that she had to take the drinks in order to keep seeing him. She did have one vague memory of him kissing her just before she passed out, and Cosby later paid for her college tuition.
I always thought it was odd that after I had this drink, I would end up in my bed the next day and I wouldn't remember anything.
Janice Baker Kinney claimed that a friend invited her to a party at Cosby's place, but once again they were the only guests. He then allegedly offered her a drink and she passed out just as her friend was leaving, waking up later with a naked Bill Cosby in bed with her. But in the public eye, Cosby's fame was blossoming as he released a new comedy show, Bill Cosby himself, discussing marriage and parenthood. Though it was well received, he did receive some criticism as he had asked for African American parents to teach their kids better morals at a young age. You've got to stop beating up your women because you can't find a job, because you didn't want to get an education and now you're minimum wage.
We're talking about sum.
Yeah.
And the sum happens to be the numbers that are very, very hurtful.
Yeah.
Because the sum happens to come from those homes where the parenting doesn't build confidence in a child, where the parents may be on drugs.
Yeah.
They may have all kinds of problems.
Right.
You're not parenting. You're not getting with your child, your children, whomever it is, and saying to them, there's more to this. Who is that you're playing with? Why don't you have homework?
Yeah.
Let me see these things. I've got to go visit the teacher. And I never said there's no such thing as systemic or institutional racism. And then they decided that I was dragging out dirty laundry.
Did you think you were dragging out dirty laundry?
Oh, yes. Oh, yes. And have you ever seen dirty laundry?
It's bad, isn't it?
Yeah,
It's smelly.
And we have to clean it, don't
Yes,
we?
we need to clean
Right.
it.
Now, these people who talked about the dirty laundry somehow only cared about the laundry. They didn't care about the children.
He also berated black people for not assisting or associating themselves with people who were involved with crimes, claiming that they forgot the sacrifices of those in the civil rights movement.
I said, these people have lost their minds. Now, how can you, with the drugs in the neighborhood, how can you excuse a drug dealer? She said, here's what, let me tell you, this is what you want me to do. You're going to bring me a man that I don't know. The guy said, that's right. She said, then I'm going to let him do whatever he wants to do. She said, that's right. She said, then he gives me some money. He said, right. She said, and then what do I do with the money? He said, you bring it to me. She said, I told him no. But look, how is it hard out here being a pimp? There are other jobs.
In 1984, Heidi Thomas reported that during an audition, Cosby ordered her to sip a drink and to then act drunk. As she did, she supposedly fell unconscious before waking up to Cosby performing oral sex on her. A woman called Dottie, who concealed her last name, claimed to have been invited to his New York apartment to audition for The Cosby Show, but she was then allegedly drugged and raped. Beth Ferrier was another who claimed to have been in a consensual relationship with him for months, but once breaking up, she visited him at a performance in Denver, where he then allegedly gave her a coffee and she passed out. She claimed to have woken up later in a car park with her clothes looking disheveled.
It was a violent crime that I suffered.
I was an aspiring model and actress when I met Bill Cosby in New York City through my then agent. Mr. Cosby pursued me, and we ended up having an extramarital affair for several months. A few weeks after I ended things with him, he called me and told me that he was coming to Denver, Colorado, where I resided at the time, to perform at a now defunct club. I went at his request to see his performance. When I arrived backstage, Mr. Cosby greeted me and handed me a cappuccino, telling me that he made me my favorite coffee. Thank you. And after I drank it, I felt dizzy and lost consciousness. The next thing I knew, hours had passed. I woke up in the back of my car alone. My clothes were a mess, my bra was undone, and my car was in the alleyway behind the venue. I felt confused and disoriented. I had no idea what had happened to me. The last memory that I had was drinking Mr. Cosby's coffee.
I have suffered in silence since meeting Mr. Cosby because he profiled me and took such great interest in me that after my father's death from cancer and whatnot, I could not actually get away from him. And when you have been molested, drugged, especially with someone who you have been so incredibly close to, you've shared your entire life with, for months, years. You have to understand, I was on the set with him. I met him in New York as a model who came from Colorado. I was living in Chicago at the time, but I was actually selected by Joe Farrell, who was my agent, much like, let's make a connection here, Barbie Bowman. Same thing. I was allowed to go and stay in the model's apartment with Denise, my booker, and another male model who came from LA. We were there to actually support Colorado, to have people come to Colorado to see that we were a great place where great talent were to come. And part of that was, I didn't go to New York to meet Bill Cosby. A part of that was possibly getting to meet Mr. Cosby and maybe going on the set. You have to understand, I already had my own career with modeling full-time. That was a part of that, but I never planned on that. I met him on the set, was in his home, with my booker, and that she actually got drugged, Denise actually got drugged, and at that time, so that he could be alone with me in his home.
I believe that Mr. Cosby drugged me and sexually assaulted me that night. For years, I did not tell anyone about what he had done to me because I was afraid. I felt threatened by him. I did not think anyone would believe me. I confronted him directly that evening, or that morning, actually, in Denver, Colorado, at the Oxford Hotel. And I went to him, and he said to me again, "You come in, lay down, lay next to me. You must have had too much to drink." And it was essentially from there that I broke off again. Never saw him again until 1988, because you have to understand, he continued to contact me and offer me trips with anywhere, to Taos and Tao and Vegas and all these places, and I would say no. I would absolutely say no.
I was there when he interviewed Raven Simone. I was there with Lisa Bonet. I was there, I had a relationship with Jeff Brown, the producer of his show, who committed suicide. I was there with Felicia Richard. I know the whole set. I know the whole scam. I know the whole deal. And I was the one who came forward to National Enquirer because of this piece, the National Enquirer piece, my story in 2005 was squelched. And you're seeing that now in court documents. My name is mentioned over and over. There was a gag order. I want it known that I am not going to be filled with shame anymore. It stops here. Camille and Bill Cosby, immediately now, it stops. This is serious. You need to listen to me, Beth Ferrier, And Gloria Allred.
In 1986, Barbara Bowman was an 18-year-old aspiring model and actress who had been introduced to Bill Cosby by her agent. He had become her friend and mentor, but once turning 18, he allegedly offered her a glass of wine, leading to her passing out, and he supposedly raped her in his New York City home.
My agent, Joe Farrell, claimed that they had been friends for 25 years, and because he was Dr. Huxtable, it was like meeting a long-lost father or something. I mean, there was just this level of trust that began going in. However, within 30 minutes of our meeting or our audition, he had me do an improv exercise that involved me wetting down my hair, closing my eyes, putting on a man's t-shirt, and a lot of just inappropriate behaviors and stroking. When you know, he zeroed right in on the fact that I was an only child, had no father figure, and I had vulnerability issues and trust issues. And so when this process was going on, he would explain to me that I need to relax, and if I'm going to be an effective actress and do it authentically, I've got to really trust him. So I would flinch during that, and he'd say, no, 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 you can't flinch, just relax. So it was a mind trip. It was brainwashing and grooming right from the start. And then it progressed. I went on several out-of-town trips, also under the pretense of mentoring me and preparing me for the next level, to basically measure my maturity level to be in the company of celebrities, to see if I was qualified to be a celebrity. It just progressed from there, and then, you know, we had the fateful rape, awful, horrible night in New York City, and then Atlantic City, which is what was the fateful, you know, severing of the relationship, the business relationship, and that's it.
She claims that he also attempted to assault her again in Atlantic City, but she managed to fight back, with him threatening to destroy her career.
I was threatened. I was threatened into silence, and I was coerced into acts and into silence afterwards. And as a young actress, between the ages of 17 and 19 years old, I was in a business relationship with him that was coordinated through my agent. And these were trusted individuals. And so my duty as a young actress who had worked hard to want to rise above, you know, rise to the next level, I was given this incredible opportunity to be with the biggest, you know, a celebrity in the world at the time, and who was known at the time as Dr. Huxtable, the most trusted man on earth.
Shelaine Leisha claimed that Cosby offered to help her modeling career, luring her to his hotel room before supposedly offering her an antihistamine and a shot of amaretto. She allegedly fell unconscious as he began humping her, and once waking up, he offered her $1,500 before she left.
I've had nightmares of what he had done to me.
I was working at the Las Vegas Hilton while I was in high school. I was 17 years old and an aspiring model. I was working at the Hilton as a bell dispatcher at the bell desk. My father was married at the time, and his wife wrote a letter to send pictures of me to Bill Cosby. Bill Cosby called me at a home in Las Vegas and reached my grandmother. He said he wanted to meet me, and my grandmother and I should come to the Las Vegas Hilton, where he was going to be performing his show. He said to meet him in the Elvis Presley suite. He was going to introduce me to someone from the Ford modeling agency. I had a cold at this time, and he gave me a blue pill, which he said was an antihistamine, with a double shot of amaretto. He was rubbing my neck and said that he may have to have someone come in to give me stress therapy. He had me put on a Hilton robe, and he said someone from the Ford agency was coming up to the suite, and I should wet my hair so they could see the texture of my hair. Someone did come to the room, took a couple of pictures of me, and said that I had to lose 10 more pounds. Then they left. Then Mr. Cosby walked me to the bedroom after a second shot of amaretto. He said it would help my cold. I lay down. He laid next to me on the bed and began pinching my left nipple, humping on my leg while he was grunting. I could not open my eyes. I couldn't move or say anything. I felt something warm on my legs, and I blacked out. 13 to 16 hours later, I woke up to him clapping his hands, saying, "Daddy says wake up." He gave me $1,500, and he said the money was to buy something nice for me and my grandmother, and also invited us to go to the Temptations with my grandmother. My grandmother went, but I did not go because I felt too sick. Then he invited us to his show. My grandmother really wanted to go, but I didn't. But I went, and I heckled him. As a result, I was fired. My life destroyed.
Rebecca Lynn Neal was a worker at a health club that Cosby supposedly frequently visited, and he allegedly invited her to his show. Her story is that he gave her a shot which caused her to feel disoriented but was still awake, before he allegedly raped her anyway, ignoring her cries for him to stop. Cosby would never visit the health club again. He supposedly met Lisa Jones when she was only 17, but once she turned 18, he then invited her to his New York City home to try out for The Cosby Show. He allegedly offered her alcohol before trying to spread her legs apart, though she was thankfully able to escape without further assault. In 1987, Sammy Mays claimed to have attended a television industry conference in Las Vegas when she was invited by Cosby to his hotel suite where he offered her a drink, causing her to black out. She claimed to have woken up sometime later with her bra being disheveled and Cosby standing over her.
I'd like to visit him. I'd like to be there. I'd like to drive down that dusty road. I see myself being a visitor and really having a good conversation with him and getting that apology from him. I'd like to see him admit to what he's done.
Sammy, suppose he did that. Suppose he goes before a judge and says, look, I did it. I mean, hypothetically. Would that be enough for you? You still want him in prison?
Nope, I can't. I want him in prison. I do. He needs it. But listen, let me tell you what. Once a nail biter, always a nail biter. Once an alcoholic, always an alcoholic. Once a rapist, always a rapist.
Helen Gumpel had appeared on The Cosby Show and received a call to come back, but once she was invited into his dressing room, Cosby allegedly began to make several advances towards her, trying to convince her to have a drink, though she declined and never appeared on the show again. Morgan Pickard was another who claimed to have been on the set of The Cosby Show in 1987 when he insisted on her drinking something that made her extremely intoxicated. She woke up later in a hotel room naked with a soreness in her vagina. In 1988, a lady only known as Jenna T claimed that she was only 17 or 18 at the time, working as a model, and started gaining a lot of unwanted attention from Cosby. Once she supposedly confronted him, he offered to buy her a car, but then allegedly forced her into some kind of sexual activity, but the details are unknown. He then offered her $700 as she left the property. Another potential victim, calling herself Lisa, claimed to have been trying to pursue a modelling career when she was invited to his home. He then allegedly offered her a shot of alcohol which caused her to feel dizzy, and she remembered Cosby petting her as she slowly passed out. In 1989, Lisa Lotta Lublin claimed to have been in Cosby's hotel suite for an audition when she was offered 2 shots of liquor. She claimed to have blacked out and later woke up to see Cosby straddled on top of her. Lisa Christie had for years seen Bill as her mentor, so she was ecstatic when he offered her an audition for his movie Ghost Dad in his hotel room. However, once there, he allegedly started to kiss her like a boyfriend and promised to give her the biggest orgasm of her life. Once she refused, he supposedly told her that she would never make it in this business otherwise, though she would later become Mrs. America.
He said to me, well, you're never going to make it in this business unless you sleep with me. He was like a mentor and a dad. I really trusted him. He kept insisting and persisting, and so I took a sip. And I said, I can't drink this. To me, it didn't taste good. I wasn't even going to try. And when he kissed me, this was like my dad kissing me. I was like, what are you doing?
How did he react when you pushed him away?
He said, you owe me.
He actually said, you owe me.
You owe me. I said, shame on you, Mr. Father Figure of America. Your kids are older than I am. I couldn't even comprehend him looking at me like that. It was just a shock to my system. I said, you just messed with one of God's children. You're in big trouble, mister.
In 1990, Wendy Williams became the first person to majorly publicly address the allegations against him on her radio show. These were published in the National Enquirer, so she simply referred to the sexual assault claims there. But during the broadcast, Cosby himself actually called her boss and demanded that she be fired on the spot.
I talked about Bill Cosby and his behavior on the radio, and he, big shot Bill Cosby, calls the boss of the radio station, the big boss, and they have a guy conversation, and I didn't get fired because I'm bringing in ratings, but what I did get was Bill Cosby calling and trying to do me in, and back then, a young Wendy was already on the beat before being on the beat, and nobody believed what I was saying, reporting the stories, not being a victim of. I think that Bill Cosby is pretty disgusting. Mm-hmm. I think that men taking advantage of women is pervasive in this business. And I think that women not realizing that the breadcrumbs are being thrown on the path for them to get it is also pervasive.
It doesn't have to be where everything is painful. Once again, I have to go back to the media and what it puts out every day and reinforces that it's painful. Things must be painful. Well, I know pain.
Lily Bernard had appeared as a guest on The Cosby Show and admitted that he had mentored her, but claims that once he gained her trust, he drugged, raped, and threatened her if she told anyone.
I was acting at Cornell University. Wanted to be on The Cosby Show, because it stood for so much in America.
What did it stand for you?
For me, it stood for excellence, Black excellence. I mean, that's an expression that's said a lot, but it stood for Black excellence. Yeah. And it showed the world that Black people are not any different than white people, that we have hopes and aspirations and high achievements and vulnerabilities and problems like dyslexia. And to see a couple where there were two Black professionals raising this family of 5 children. In New York City, when we moved to the United States, we moved to Brooklyn, New York. So we lived in a brownstone. So that was all very familiar to me, that New York City life. Bill Cosby played a role in really making me feel proud to be Black, among so many other things that he made me feel good about. Ended up doing a silent bit in a season in the fall of 1988 with Betty Carter.
Oh, the singer.
The jazz singer. It was her guest role on The Cosby Show. And what was interesting in retrospect is when I did that little bit role, that she kept me in her dressing room the whole week. And that when Bill Cosby came into her dressing room, she literally put her arm into my arm and held me really tight. I did not understand then why she was really holding me tightly, but she was treating me as if I were her granddaughter or something like that. And Bill Cosby came into the room multiple occasions, and we spoke at that time about jazz, because she was a jazz singer, and about the influence of Cuban jazz in New Orleans, because he knew that I was Cuban. I told him I was Cuban, and it was just a really beautiful, again, intellectual talk about jazz from a global perspective, since I was Cuban. Having had that bit part on that show that time, and meeting the crew, it was predominantly Black. I saw for the first time Black everything. Black makeup, Black hair, Black wardrobe, Black stage designers, Black stage managers, Black director. Some of the writers were Black, and it was so exciting to me. And so I said, I want to be back on this show, but I want to come back in a speaking role, in a principal role. So 2 years later, I saw an ad in Backstage, which is the trade paper for actors, and it said that they were looking for stand-ins for The Cosby Show. So I went, and the line just really wrapped around the whole block at Kaufman Astoria Studios. And when I finally got in, I had prepared a postcard with my picture on it, and I wrote a little note saying, "Thank you, Mr. Cosby. You know, I was on the show 2 years ago as a silent bit, but I really want a principal speaking role on your show." And I gave it to him. And I believe same day, when I got home, he called me. And so that summer, he spent hours a week mentoring me. And that's where the, what did you call it? Investigation into the really
intel gathering.
The intel, yeah. Woo! I mean, it was as if he were a news reporter. And so the first few meetings, he was just gathering information from me. And I thought that he was just really genuinely interested in me. So I would tell him everything. And he must have asked me hundreds of questions. So he knew everything going in. He knew the abuse that I suffered as a child and young adult in my home, the domestic violence. He knew my feelings of worthlessness. He knew that, you know, as a member of the Abyssinian Baptist Church and all these things, and that I didn't drink, I didn't consume alcohol because my father would abuse me when he was drunk. So he knew that because I told him. But
he told me that I had to go to Atlantic City to meet a producer that he wanted to introduce me to who would further my career.
The betrayal was so profound. That was in Atlantic City. And just made absolutely no sense that I was actually able to block it out. I mean, completely block out the memory in order to survive. Blocked it out because, like, there's no way this could happen. He had already mentored me for dozens of hours and weeks, and means I had no idea that it was grooming. I had no idea whatsoever. So the first incident happened. It wasn't a drugging, but I guess it was what you call gaslighting. So we were in his brownstone in Manhattan, and he was putting me through these theater exercises that any actor does when they're in acting school, is breathing. But he came up from behind me and he was telling me to expand my rib cage and how to breathe. Like when you breathe in, the diaphragm should go out, and lift up your rib cage. He was telling me to, you know, pull my head up high. All of a sudden, he grabbed my breasts. And I turned around really quickly and I was like, "Mr. C," because he had me call him Mr. C. That's what I had to call him, Mr. C. Not Mr. Cosby, definitely not Bill Cosby. So I turned around and I said, "Mr. C." I said, "You grabbed my breast." And I was shocked. And he said, "I didn't grab your breast." I was like, "Yes, you grabbed my breast." I said, "No, I didn't." I said, "You grabbed my breast." And we went back and forth a few times. "No, I didn't." "Yes, you did." And he was, I guess, such a good actor that I was like, I actually ended up believing him. And then I started thinking, geez, that's really terrible of me. He must have accidentally grabbed my breast. He must have been meaning to grab my rib cage. And that's what he said, "I grabbed your rib cage." So I was like, okay, well, that was probably an accident. You know, he probably meant to grab my rib cage. He would never do that. Shame on me for thinking that he would do that. He told me that I had to meet with a producer, a white man, who would further my career. And that we had to go to the Trump Taj Mahal Hotel in Atlantic City. So he said that the Trump Taj Mahal Hotel was new. Michael Jackson had just been there, and that's a place where celebrities go to have meetings. And I remember telling my cousin about it, and she's like, "Why do you want to go? Why do you have to go to Atlantic City to meet a producer? You live in New York. Cosby lives in New York. This makes no sense. Can I come with you?" And so I asked Bill Cosby, "Can my cousin come with me? She lives in Princeton Junction on the way." He's like, No. So my cousin was telling me, "I don't know. This is fishy. Don't go. And I'm like, I'm going to go, you know? So Bill Cosby sent a car to pick me up at my apartment, and the car took me, whatever it was, a couple hours from New York to New Jersey. And then when I got there, there was a producer with whom I met. We were in a dining area. There were a lot of chandeliers, and Bill Cosby came back and forth to the table a couple of times. It was just me and the producer talking, and about my career, and about the aspirations that I had, and everything that I was doing with my career. And I had every reason to believe that this man was going to advance my career as a producer, and so thankful to Bill Cosby. And we had lobster, and then we went up to a suite, a very big suite. So when people criticize you for like being in a hotel room, let me tell you that anytime I've ever been in a hotel with Bill Cosby, which was just twice, once in Vegas and Atlantic City, it wasn't a hotel room.
Right. It was like
I'm talking a suite.
Yeah.
Bigger than my house.
I was going to say, it probably felt like a house.
Like 5,000 square feet.
Big house.
Yeah, 5,000 square feet with a big living room and kitchen and this, so an office area. So we went up to a suite. And so I was sitting at a table, like a corner table, with that man and Bill Cosby. And by that time, Bill Cosby had already known that I don't drink alcohol. He knew that. And so he gave me this drink, and it was brown, and I tasted it, and it tasted like alcohol. I was like, I don't drink alcohol. So he and the man had a moment that they looked at each other, like, awkwardly, but I wasn't suspecting anything. And then he came back with another drink, but it was still brown, and this time really sweet. Like maybe he put something in it, soda or something in it. And he was getting giggly. He's like, drink, drink, drink. Again, always to drink to my success, and you're gonna be great. And he was literally pushing the glass up my face, and I'm like, oh, okay, fine. He's my daddy. Helping me, whatever. Have fun. Drink. And then very shortly thereafter, I just started getting groggy, and the room was spinning, and I started my cheeks on the inside began salivating, and I had food poisoning just a couple months prior with similar symptoms.
Similar symptoms, yeah.
So I thought, ooh, was that lobster downstairs full of food poisoning? Am I getting food poisoning? That's what I thought. I had made no correlation whatsoever with him, drinking. I'm like, oh my God, I have food poisoning again. And so like I have to vomit, and it's still at the table, and I'm like, and just like it's coming out, and I like, excuse me, Mr. C. And by the time I have to get to the bathroom, I couldn't even walk. And he was holding me up, and I remember walking through this hallway. It was kind of white. There was a door to my left, a door ahead of me, a door to the right, and I just like got into the bathroom really quickly. Excuse me, I knew I was going to vomit, so he tried to come in with me. I was like, no, and I vomited all over. I remember there was a telephone on the wall, which I thought it was strange, a telephone by the toilet. And I'm just vomiting all over my dress. And whenever I would see Bill Cosby, I wanted to impress that I was a serious professional, so I dressed the part. And it was a Sunday. I was had just come from church, and so I was dressed that part, like a two-piece, nice dress outfit. Vomited all over my dress. And then the next memory I have, I must have passed out.
Yeah.
Because then the next memory I have, I'm on a couch. And the couch was, this is, the thing is, because going in and out of consciousness, like I have like sensory memory.
Yeah.
Dr. Ramani, like sensory and colors. And so I remember the couch was like hard. It wasn't like a cushy. It was like a hard one. I think there were stripes. I don't know. But then he's like taking off my clothes. And I'm still thinking in my mind, Dr. Ramani, that I vomited. How disgusting. How embarrassing. I vomited in front of Bill Cosby. He's taking off my clothes to help me, to wash it. That's in my mind.
Because you're still thinking he's this father figure.
Yeah, he's going to wash me. And the next thing I remember, now he's not only pulling off my skirt and my jacket, but he's also taking off my stockings and my shoes. And I must have passed out at this point, because the next thing I remember, sorry.
And then he starts taking off my stockings, and I'm like getting really embarrassed. I'm like thinking, okay. And I'm also drugged. I'm like, okay, he's taking off my stockings. Well, okay, that's okay. Vomit on my stockings. I remember feeling embarrassed. Oh my gosh, I don't have underwear under my pantyhose, because it was built-in pantyhose. So I started feeling really embarrassed. Oh no. Pass out. I don't remember the next thing happening until now I'm waking up. Again, this time I'm on the floor. And this time, it's like a stick was inside of me. And I say stick because I couldn't associate it with a penis. I'm still detaching Bill Cosby to whatever horrible thing is physically happening to me. So I feel there's a stick inside of me. I'm on the ground. There's like a rug. And I say there must be a rug. I remember a lot of patterns, like patterns on the tiles in the suite, like patterns, like kind of geometric kind of patterns, but this time I remember the feeling of carpet on my back. And I remember feeling like Velcro, because as I was getting raped, my back was going up and down. So I remember that feeling on my back, and I remember the brownness of his skin right here on my left. I remember his face like that, and then I pass out again. And then the next memory I have, I'm in a bathroom of some sorts, a porcelain or something jacuzzi, and it's light colored, like probably white. It's cold on my back. I'm totally naked, and there's water pouring on my chest. And that's how I woke up, to water pouring on my chest. And I remember hearing, Bernard, you okay? And I looked to the right, and there's Bill Cosby's face in the door, and I pass out again. And then the next memory, it's dark, but it's the morning. And he's literally dragging, like pulling my feet like this to the edge of the bed and propping me up. Because I had told him I had a performance that morning with Plays for Living. It was a theatrical company with which I worked that performed at schools, rec centers, summer camps, halfway houses, programs about drug addiction and things like that. I played a teenager in it. I had to get to that performance. And it was early in the morning, like 9 or something. But this was like at dusk when the sun is coming up. So he pulls me at the edge of bed. He's putting on my clothes. I was still like a noodle. I couldn't move my hands or anything, and I'm totally confused. What's going on? And he's telling me to hurry up. You have to get to work, putting on my thing. And then the next memory I have, I'm being walked like by Bill Cosby and a doorman outside to a car that he ordered for me, I guess. And I get into the car, and I'm, again, dizzy, like what? Confused. And the car driver was starstruck. Like, that's Bill Cosby. And he just, for the whole 2.5 hour, whatever was car ride on the New Jersey Turnpike, he kept asking me, this man, about Bill Cosby, are you going to be on the show? And all I kept thinking was, what happened? What happened? I looked down at my dress, and there's the stain on my skirt. I looked at my pantyhose, and the ribbing on the pantyhose was all twisted, I would never put my pantyhose like that. I looked underneath my thing, and the crotch was inside out. I was like a mess. And thinking like my cousin was right. I shouldn't have gone. What happened? I don't know. Was this a nightmare? Am I crazy? What happened? I still couldn't say that it was rape, Dr. Ramani. I couldn't say it was rape. I'm like, some terrible thing happened to me. I didn't know what it was because I was still holding Bill Cosby in such wonderful esteem, having spent those dozens and dozens of hours of him like a daughter and enamoring my family to him. Because the abuse that I endured as a child wasn't sexual, it was physical, but it wasn't sexual. So this was all different to me. Yeah. When I got to my apartment in New York City, I remember I had to change. I remember what I put on. I remember to the T what I put on. I remember taking off my clothes and putting on this light tan flannel shirt and some suspenders and going to my performance. I remember like, how am I going to get my lines out? I remember being on the subway, like, where am I? Like, I was trying so hard to be conscious, like what I couldn't, like, it was really hard for me to just be conscious. Like, am I sick? What's going on in my head? Is it food poisoning? Still, I'm thinking I have food poisoning. It's not making sense. And I just made a decision, like, this didn't happen. Like, and so, like, as the day progressed, of course, the drugs wore off, but I was like, okay, that was weird. That didn't happen. Okay, that didn't happen. And I just blocked it out. And I was able to do that through childhood, when something, like when my dad threw me through the window or tied me in a chair in a dark basement or knocked me unconscious with a skateboard. I was able to block that out so that I could move forward. So I literally blocked it out so much that weeks later, when he flew me out to Las Vegas to meet the producers of A Different World. That's what he said, because as well as being on The Cosby Show, he said that I was going to be on A Different World, which he was a producer of. And so I was really excited about that, and that I would have to meet the directors, the producers, the casting people at the Hilton, the Las Vegas Hilton. And it was the same thing, that meetings are conducted in hotel suites because it's convenient for everybody to meet there. And so that's where I was going to have my audition for A Different World. Of course, when we got there, the producers were never there. He had a bottle of sparkling apple cider for me and a bottle of champagne, which he said was for himself. And he told me not to worry because even though the producers didn't show up, you're still going to be on the show. Everything's going to be all right. Let's drink to your success. And so he poured from the sparkling apple cider my glass, and he gave it to me, and the same thing, drink, push up the bottle up to my face to drink. And again, now mind you, when I'm here, I'm having no memory of what happened in that. And it's hard for people to understand that, but you as a therapist, I'd like to hear you talk about that.
Yeah, I will.
Can understand, I freaking blocked the whole thing out of my head. So I had no memory of, at that point, of Atlantic City. And I'm sitting here, and now I'm getting dizzy again. But what do I think this time? He gave me the wrong glass. So I'm like, Mr. C, you gave me the wrong glass. I told you I don't drink alcohol. And so I'm like, and he made me chug it so quickly. So I'm thinking in my mind now, oh my God, he accidentally gave me a whole glass of champagne. I'm getting drunk. So I start running away from him because I'm like, oh, help me stay awake. I'm starting to pass out. We're running around the table, and then all of a sudden, boom, I fall, boom. And my left rib cage hits the corner of a coffee table, which cuts me and bruises me. My head goes banging on the floor, and I'm like, oh my God, how embarrassing. I got drunk in front of Bill Cosby. He's tickling me on the ground, and I don't know why he's tickling, but he was tickling me. And then my next memory is I'm on a bed somewhere, it's dark, and he's raping me, I mean, full blown. And then I pass out. And he did ejaculate on my belly. I remember that I was screaming, no. I was going in and out of consciousness. I remember screaming, no, stop. You know, I'm not on the pill. What are you doing? It was really clear now that Bill Cosby is raping me. And then after he ejaculated on my abdomen, he plopped himself and whispered in my ear, damn, Bernard, you're so strong. You're so strong, Bernard, damn. And I think that's because I was a USGF gymnast. I did karate. I was strong. I tried to the best of my ability to push him off. During the rape, when I was screaming no, at one point he took his hand and he covered my mouth. And I remember there was a lot of saliva on my mouth. I remember the feeling of his fingers on my mouth as he was like saying, shut up, Bernard, shut up. And I was trying to scream. And then he took the pillow and he pushed it into my face. And because I was like incapacitated, my arms they felt heavy like lead, and I couldn't move them like rubber, like I was paralyzed. And so I thought at that moment when he was pushing the pillow in my face to silence my screams of no, I thought I was going to die of suffocation. So consequently, right now, I have difficulty putting my heads on pillows because I wake up in these panic attacks that I'm being suffocated and I can't breathe. I literally can't breathe. And like in Atlantic City this time he went to the bathroom, and when he was in the bathroom, there's a light coming in, so I have difficulty when I see lights coming in through cracked doors. And then he came back with a wet towel and he was like cleaning me and rubbing me all around my thighs and down there. And then I must have passed out and fall asleep. When I woke up, there was my clothes neatly folded. He had put me in some kind of a T-shirt. I woke up in a T-shirt that wasn't mine, like some college T-shirt. And then my clothes were neatly folded there, and a note with some money. Oh, in Atlantic City, he gave me money too. He like shoved money in my hand before I left. And here he had money again, like a few hundred bucks, money. And so that made me feel like shameful, like money, like I'm not a prostitute. What the is this money thing? And then, but I couldn't forget that one, Dr. Ramani, because of the bruise and the cut on my ribcage. I couldn't block that trauma out. But I knew enough that I couldn't be in the same room with that man by myself.
She was even interviewed by the police, but no further investigation was ever done.
When I act on The Cosby Show, I had a huge responsibility to uphold because it's the #1 show in the world. And then he also, of course, invited my family to come to the studios with me. So he invited my dad. He met my dad, and he invited my brother, my sister, her boyfriend at the time, my cousins, friends. You know, it made it all the more difficult that when he did drug and sexually assaulted me, it made it the more difficult for me to then tell my family whom he had met, and who met him, and to whom he was really nice to them, you know. And to see another black man in such a powerful position meant so much to my dad. So when my dad met Bill Cosby on the set, I'd never seen my dad look at somebody like that with so much admiration and gratitude. And he was telling my dad, Bill Cosby was telling my dad, you know, how wonderful your daughter is. I'm going to help her become a star because she's such a great actor and she works hard. He called my mom on the phone. My parents were living in Spain. And so he called my mom in Spain and assured my mother that he would take care of me as if he were my father. So even though my parents were living far away in Spain, you know, they felt so good that he was taking care of me. So I continued to go to the studios because he had promised the role to me because I had met with the directors, the producers, there was talk, but I never was in the room with him by myself again until more than a year later. And he called me and said, okay, we wrote the role for you. It's ready, but you have to come to my brownstone and talk to my agent. And I thought, daylight, afternoon, nothing could happen. And so there, he drugged and sexually assaulted me. That time he didn't rape me. He wasn't successful at raping me. And that's when I made the first connection, because when I drank the sparkling apple cider and I began getting dizzy, I was like, whoa, everything just flooded back into my memory. And that's when I realized, wow, you drugged me. And all the Atlantic City memory came rushing back. You know, you drugged me in Las Vegas. You know, a year ago in Las Vegas. You drugged me a year and a half ago or whatever it was in Atlantic City. And oh my God. And I had a huge confrontation with him. I told him I was going to go to the police. I was going to go to the hospital and find out what he put in my drink. And he told me, we were yelling at each other in his brownstone. He was telling me that the minute I go to the police, that he would go to the police after me and file a police report against me for false accusation and defamation. He had also said that he would erase me and blacklist me, tell all of Hollywood that I was a slut and a whore and slept my way to the top. He also said he would erase me. He said he would erase me and that all it took is one phone call. I interpreted that he would kill me. He didn't say the word kill. But to me, erase means, you know, something exists and then you erase it and it's not there anymore. So I feared for my life. And he literally, you know, pushed me down the stairs. I had to catch a cab and it was horrific. Even trying to get myself from his brownstone to the corner to catch a cab, I was stumbling and tripping because I was drugged. And I remember holding on to like the lamppost and trying to wave down a cab. When I got back to my apartment, my boyfriend at the time was there, who had met Bill Cosby before through me. We both confronted Bill Cosby on the phone, and he reiterated the same kind of threats to my boyfriend at the time. And we just there's nothing we could do. He made it very clear what he would do to us if we went public. He made it very clear that no one would believe us. And he silenced us both, you know. He threatened us to silence. And that was that. I knew that it was happening to others because he had me mentor a young woman who was 19 at the time. I'm not going to mention her name because she has not disclosed her name yet. She is a celebrity, a well-known celebrity, and he assaulted her. He abused her. And we were close friends. We maintained a close friendship for a number of years. And I have this guilt that I still carry because I was in my mid-20s, she was 19, of not having protected her because we knew what was going on. There was a stand-in at the time who told me about the abuses on The Cosby Show, another black woman. These are two black women who's also become a bit of a celebrity. And she told me about the abuses that she endured. And they told me that there were a number of people. So I knew there was a white woman whose father was Bill Cosby's friend, who worked at the Cosby Studios, who came home drugged to her boyfriend by Bill Cosby, and her boyfriend is a production assistant on The Cosby Show.
Every day I live with the fear and the pain of the crimes that Bill Cosby inflicted upon me. I suffer panic attacks and night terrors of the Cosby trauma regularly. I am a mother of 6 children, so of course I have to stand strong and be there for them. I'm also an actor and an artist, so I find comfort in my art, but it's been difficult. I suffer PTSD like any other war veteran suffers PTSD, except the war that Bill Cosby waged upon me was not overseas, it was actually on the landscape of my body.
Joel Allison claims that Cosby had invited her to his New York townhouse for dinner, where he then offered her a glass of wine. The next thing she remembered was seeing semen on the floor as Cosby was helping escort her outside into a cab.
Every week, I got a phone call from him at my house, and I don't know how he got that number. And I would receive voicemail messages on my answering machine. If you can imagine, you come home, you're like, this is Bill Cosby, and I'm like, oh my God, you know, I wanted to invite you out tonight. I remember it was actually the same day that time. It was like, I think it was a Thursday. I think they used to shoot on Thursdays, I'm not certain. And I was like, oh my God, you know, I have to leave now. And I went to the show for the dinner. And I started, you know, he kept inviting me every week. He would keep calling me and telling me to come, are you coming for the show? This one time that I came out, and Betty Shabazz was one of the people, Malcolm X's widow. And by now, Cosby had kind of knew that would probably be something that I be really impressed with. And his assistant, Scotty, came out with a cup of what I thought was coffee. And he said, here's your cup of coffee that you asked for. And I didn't drink coffee. So I said, Scotty, I don't drink coffee. And he says, I said, there must be some mistake. And he said, no, here's your cup of coffee. Mr. C said, you want a coffee? Mr. Shabazz went to grab the cup of coffee and said, I'll take it if you don't want it. And at that point, I could smell such a strong odor of alcohol coming out of the cup of coffee. So I grabbed it from her hand and I said to her, I'll go get you another cup. I'll keep this one. So I went back into the dressing room looking for him. And I couldn't find him. He wasn't in there. And I told Scotty, I said, if you see him, please let him know that I need to speak to him. It smelled like it was like 90% alcohol. So I poured it down the drain and I came back, and I even forgot that I was supposed to come back with another cup of coffee for, Mr. Shabazz. So when I came back, she was like, where's the coffee? And I said, I couldn't find him. And after the show finished, I went back there and I saw him and I said, please don't ever do that to me again. I didn't ask for that. And he said, yes, you did. And I said, what was in that cup? And he said, Zambuca. I didn't even know what Zambuca was at the time,
For me, being a woman of color, the pain is perhaps magnified, because part of my not wanting to come out and say anything was, oh my God, I don't want to destroy the positive images that were created in such a wonderful way on television for Black people.
What you just said just now, Ms. Allison, right. That's not what you said in your article. I got your article here. You didn't say nothing about no semen on your hand. You didn't say nothing about no semen on the floor.
I did talk about that before, and
not in this article. You didn't.
No, not in this particular article. And I'm not going.
But you changed
everything. I am not going to keep talking about semen. I don't want to talk.
No, well, if you didn't want to talk about it, you shouldn't have brought it up.
I have a girlfriend of mine, and I've done a lot of research on this so that I can understand what happens to rape victims, men and women.
I
have heard.
Miss Allison.
Let me, because we need to talk about rape. Because what is important here?
Miss Allison, I got a question for you.
Is rape?
Just a moment. Just a moment before we start talking about rape. Did Bill Cosby rape you?
I didn't say he raped me.
Okay. Well, so we don't need to talk about rape. If he didn't rape you.
Eden Turl was another guest appearance on The Cosby Show, but claimed that she was once pulled off set during taping and then groped by him in a dressing room. She supposedly informed 2 crew members, but was completely ignored.
Was cast on The Cosby Show to play a cop. The kind of systematic grooming started right away on that first Monday's rehearsal. Before lunch was called, a man just came right on set in front of hundreds of people and just said, you need to come with me, and Bill would like to have lunch with you in his dressing room.
You go to his dressing room, he doesn't show up, another day he doesn't show up, another day he doesn't show up, but he finally shows up.
He walks in, he closes the door, he locks it. At this point, he's interviewing me. While he's sitting there interviewing me, he now asks me to stand up. I stood up. Bill came toward me. When we were face to face, he asked me to turn around. How was I maintaining my decorum, I asked myself. How I will be in a completely powerless position if I turn around. I wanted to smack him. My mind raced and concluded I could knee him. I'm 6 feet tall. I could elbow him, run out if he tried to touch me. So I turned around. I felt him step toward me and put his hands over the backs of my hands. He began to move our hands together like an exercise many actors know as the mirror exercise. I played along and made sure that his lower body stayed away from my bottom. When he was finished with this, he then pulled me into him, wrapped both our arms around me like lovers would, and whispered in my ear, "See, this is all that we were going to do. Make love. This is making love." He turned me around, hugged me, and I left without saying a word.
In 1992, Angela Leslie claimed that during an audition in Cosby's Vegas hotel room, he again asked her to take a sip from a drink before acting drunk. Angela, however, only pretended to sip it, but Cosby then allegedly began stripping and forcing her hand on his penis. She resisted and refused to go further, to which Cosby asked her to leave, though he did supposedly start sending her regular payments afterwards. In 1995, Michelle Hurd was helping out on The Cosby Show and she was allegedly invited into his dressing room for some acting exercises. However, she claimed that these involved him inappropriately touching her body before he invited her back to his home to shower. Once she refused, he demanded that she never tell anyone what had happened. A woman calling herself Casey claimed to have had a long professional relationship with the comedian, but claimed that at one point he provided her with a white pill to try to relax, and then she allegedly passed out and woke up next to him in bed. But time was running out for Cosby, as the allegations were getting closer to coming out.
I met Cosby at Arsenio one time, because I'm a million years old. I met a woman named Joy Dolce who used to be in the talent department at Arsenio, and she was friends with Dave because Dave did Arsenio, whatever. So she would like just go, "Hey, come by the show today." This is like when Arsenio was on, the original, like in '94. So I went by one day and Cosby was the guest, and he just like kind of fucking berated me about, like, he was talking about the history of slavery, and he's like, and then the Dutch man came and he pointed at me and I was like, "I'm not Dutch," and he just like didn't back down. I was like, okay, but it was just that he was just a really condescending dude, and I was 19, so he had a right to be condescending, but not really. But I'll whatever. Like Bill Cosby is a brilliant fucking guy, and but he's just not. I mean, knowing what I know now, he's a real piece of garbage. But my interaction with him at that time wasn't pleasant. Right. And just seeing how he talked to people, it's just like, this guy's fucking not a good dude.
Yeah, but I'm trying to answer, and if you had shut up, I really would have finished it. I'm sorry. I swear. Okay. I'm sorry. Stop.
I was a part. I saw the violence in Bill Cosby when he attacked me. And it's hard. It's very difficult to try and make it go away. It surfaces. I was doing very well holding it together. Until I began to hear these last few words.
Having been on the show and knowing that when I was on the show he was a nice guy, it's you just never know. I'm a trusting person, and I could only imagine, like, I would have trusted him. I definitely would have. And so it hurts me when I think of other people not being believed.
You can't get Mr. Cosby to go out there by reversing your feelings about Mr. Cosby. First you love Mr. Cosby, now you hate Mr. Cosby, and now you're back to loving Mr. Cosby again.
I think, like a lot of people, I was really giving Bill the benefit of the doubt. This was not the man that I knew. This is not the man that I worked with. He may have had other faults, but he certainly was not drugging people and raping them. And then I had a conversation with an old friend. Bumped into her. I hadn't talked to her in a couple of years. I just thought, hey, he used to be like your mentor or something.
Was she an actress?
Yeah, and I don't want to say too much about it.
So he was a mentor to her?
Yes,
What did she say?
For 2 hours, she sat in my car, crying, telling me her story, all of the details. And at that moment, something changed for me. She turned to me and she said, she wiped her face and she said, "Do you believe me?" And I said, "Yes, I believe you." And that was the change. And I had to look with sober eyes at what was going on.
When we did the taping for that, we did what they were calling a rehearsal.
Mm-hmm.
We did 5 rehearsals. He never did the same lines or jokes twice. It was always a brand
I'm
new
not
thing,
surprised.
which is amazing. The man is just bursting with material, unbelievable. He was a pleasure to work with, and then after that, he called me the Bird Lady, and he was always promoting me. After I got a call from American Program Bureau a month after the job, and they said, "Is this Dorothy Dietrich?" And I said, "Yeah, who's calling?" They said, "Oh, well, this is American Program Bureau, and Bill Cosby told us to call." Well, I said, "Come on, who is this? Cut it out.
Who is this really?
Who is this?" So it was, really fun.
I am in no position to defend him because I can't.
Right.
But nor will I throw him under the bus.
Very tall, like 6 foot tall, larger woman, very great producer. She was assigned to do his mystery guest. He was there as the mystery guest. Now, newsflash, I knew who the mystery guest was every time. I just was acting along with it. Right?
Now, was that your choice to know who they were?
Yes.
Why?
Because I am not good at surprises, and I just felt like I could act it better than do it for real. So I knew who it was. Every time I knew who it was. And I'm blowing all my secrets now of my show success. But so in the room, the green room, the producer goes in and she's talking and saying to Bill Cosby, she's not going to know that it's you. And he said, all she has to do is put her hand right here. And he put his hand near his penis and she'll know it's me. She started to cry and got up and left. Then our producer, who was an African-American man, the executive producer, he went in and had a big discussion with Bill Cosby about what's appropriate and what's not. And then they didn't tell me about it until after the show. So I was not very, I was one of those people who was not surprised by all of his, the charges against him. But on The View, they would not discuss it. Every time I tried to bring it up, it became a little fight.
I did a movie in 1980,
You still in that?
1983.
I remember. We were very impressed.
Somebody who worked on it had recently worked with Mr. Cosby and said to me, for the first 3 weeks, he tried to fuck me. And when that wasn't going to happen, he made the rest of my life on that movie a living hell. And I always fucking hated him ever since. And the bad news that came later, maybe wasn't so shocking to me.
But did that color your view of him as a stand-up?
No, I never thought he was funny.
Yeah, I did an episode of the Cosby Show. I played his doctor, and he was having some palpitations or something because of the diet he was on. So as his doctor, I suggested that he give up that stuff and concentrate on healthy food. So it was a pretty good episode to do. And I enjoyed working with Cosby at that time.
Would you say, were you ever friendly? Were you guys friends?
Well, Bill was so up. I mean, he was, let's face it, he was the top of the mountain. Mm-hmm. And I didn't associate with too many actors at that time. And he wasn't the easiest guy to associate with or to be friends with unless you were Harry Belafonte or somebody of his level. And I was hardly at his level at the time that I did his show, so. No, I enjoyed working with him, but we didn't become close friends.
So I dated a girl in like 05, 06, 07 in New York. Beautiful girl, mixed race, and like cool, whatever, great. And she used to talk about, Bill Cosby came up one time. She was like, "Oh, Mr. Cosby, what a sweet man." And I was like, What? Huh? She's like, "Oh, yeah. One time I was on the street crying, and Mr. Cosby walked up and introduced himself and was like, 'Why are you crying?' And we struck up a friendship. And I was like, he was trying to fuck you, just so you know. I was like, just so you know, he was trying to fuck you. She's like, no, he was not trying to fuck me. Like, and like, what are you talking about? Like, no, he wasn't trying to fuck you. Again, like I'm an animal for suggesting it. Like, you're so boorish. Why would you possibly think?
Right.
And it's like, because I fucking met the guy, and he's not a good dude. And so she defended him. He used to take me to plays, just all this shit. I'm like, okay.
He just had a long game.
Yeah, man.
I wasn't terribly surprised because being an actor and having worked with him a couple times, we'd done the movie together. I'd done an episode or two of his show. We'd heard the rumors. I was never present when any of these these incidents took place, but the rumors were so prevalent, and they were coming from such reliable sources that you begin to look at him sideways, and you had to accept it as a fact.
He was always respectful with me, caring, generous with his time. He never offered me a pill. I mean, I never saw that side of him. And so it's like these two different personalities. It was very hard for me to put that all together.
In 1996, Victoria Valentino gave a taped interview, finally telling her story of her assault at the hands of Bill Cosby, but this story was never published.
It says that no matter how wealthy, no matter how powerful, no matter how famous, you are not above the law.
On January the 16th, 1997, Bill Cosby's only son, 27-year-old Ennis, was in Los Angeles for winter break when, in the early hours after visiting some friends, he was driving along Interstate 405 and stopped at Skirball Center Drive to fix a flat tire. He then called his girlfriend Stephanie Crane, who came to help, parking behind him to light the area with her headlights. A man then came to her window and ordered her to open the door or I'll hurt you. She was scared and drove away, but almost instantly heard a gunshot. She drove straight back to see the man running away and found the son of Bill Cosby lying on the ground in a pool of his own blood, having been shot in the head. The police attempted to contact Cosby's representative to inform him of his son's death, but they refused to provide them the contact number. Eventually, the studio producing his new show agreed to do it, and he was on set when he learned of the death of his son.
We joined hands, and we had on clothes like this. And it's cold, Massachusetts, and some snow is still there. I set the coffin down over the hole, and I said, we now want to give praise to God for allowing us to know him. Not for giving him to us, but just letting us know. There's a difference in this house. Mrs. Cosby wants this man. I mean, she verbalizes. She wants him. She doesn't accept the fact that nobody comes forward to help with the truth.
The killer was later identified as 18-year-old Mikhail Markasev, who would later apologize. I am guilty and I want to do the right thing. More than anything, I want to apologize to the victim's family. It is my duty as a Christian, and it's the least I can do after the great wickedness for which I am responsible.
I've always imagined if somebody killed one of my kids, I mean, I would go get 5 .357 Magnums. Then you start to think about the person that you love who's gone. And then that part of them comes to you and says, hey, Dad, you have to go back to work, man. You know, not people want to laugh. Dad, you have to go back to work. And you start to laugh. His spirit from there wouldn't allow us to walk off and be anything other than what he wants, our family.
A woman by the name of Cynthia Myers, who passed away before her story was ever made public, claimed that she had personally witnessed Cosby use drugs to have sex with women at the Playboy Mansion, and admitted that he repulsed her so much that she couldn't even feel sympathy for his son being murdered. Autumn Jackson, who claimed to have been the biological daughter of Cosby, also was convicted of extortion at this point for threatening to make the sexual assault reports public. Laish Covington had worked as an extra on the sitcom Cosby, and she claimed to have visited his home for career advice, which was an extremely bad decision. She alleged that he tried to put her hands on his genitals before he grabbed her breasts and then tried to put his hands down her pants. It was on February the 1st, 2000 when she actually alerted the police, and they did question Cosby, who wholeheartedly denied it. No charges were ever filed, and the issue was dropped. Donna Barrett claimed that during a photo shoot with her track team at the University of Pennsylvania, Cosby grabbed her and forcefully pressed his body against hers. Janice Dickinson attempted to make her story public in her autobiography, but the publisher refused to print that portion in fear of a lawsuit.
This has affected me in my house. It's affecting me. And it has probably affected these women. But I'm strong, and I'm going to stand on my own 2 feet, and I'm going to tell my side of the story, and it's not going to end here.
This would continue in January 2004 when former Temple University employee Andrea Constand accused Cosby of drugging and molesting her. However, by February the following year, the district attorney dropped all charges due to insufficient evidence.
He had 3 blue pills in his hand.
3 blue pills.
3 blue pills, and he put his hand out and I said, "What are those?" And he said, "They'll help you relax." And I said, "Like, are they natural? Are they like a herbal remedy?" He said, "No, they're your friends. Just put them down."
They're your friends.
They're your friends, just put them down.
Swallow.
And he hands me some water. I get some water somehow, and I swallow the 3 pills down.
Why do you do that?
I took them because I trusted that they would maybe just help me feel a little more relaxed.
You trusted him?
Yes, I did. Yes, I did. My mind is saying, move your hands, kick, can you do anything? I don't want this. Why is this person doing this? And me not being able to react in any specific way. So I was limp. I was a limp noodle.
Did he say anything?
No. No, he said nothing that I could recall. I was in and out of consciousness.
And you don't remember being able to speak?
Inside, I was crying out inside in my throat, in my mind, for this to stop, and I couldn't do anything. I woke up and I had a bad dream, and that dream was that Mr. Cosby would do this to somebody else if I did not say or tell someone. So I woke up crying, and I said, "Mom, Mr. Cosby drugged me and he sexually violated me." And she was so caught off guard.
"Mom," he said, "he's a bastard." And I said, "Andrea, who are you talking about?" She said, "Mom, he drugged me and he raped me." I said, "Who?" She said, "Bill Cosby."
This led to, in March 2005, Constant filing a civil claim, backed with 13 of the aforementioned witnesses with similar stories.
He asked me back a few times. He asked me to visit him on the set. I was not the only girl that he was doing this with.
Mr. Cosby wanted me to come down for an audition for the Bill Cosby Show.
I'm going to offer you a part on the Cosby Show. He had been mentoring me and grooming me.
He said, "Well, come up to my bungalow after I'm finished shooting and we'll work on it."
So he asked me, he says, "Before we go out to dinner, would you like a cocktail?"
I had 1 glass of wine with dinner.
He made me a drink.
He said, "Oh, I've got something for that," and he gave me a pill. It was red wine, it was a pill.
He opened up a briefcase that was on his front seat, and it was filled with different assorted pills.
This men's shaving kit opened up with lots of pills.
Why don't you take a couple of these to help you relax?
I took 1 sip and I felt something very strange going on in my head.
I began to feel very, very, very drugged.
He drugged me and my roommate.
I knew I had been drugged. It was very powerful. It came on very quickly.
And very shortly after that, I passed out.
The last thing I remember, I had blacked out and Cosby mounting me.
She passed out and I pulled him off of her.
The room started to spin. My speech was slurred.
Cosby was a very powerful man.
And before I knew it, I was with my head over the toilet, throwing up in a white t-shirt and my panties. And he was looming over me in a white robe.
I woke up or came to very groggily with him removing my underwear.
The next thing I knew, it was 4 o'clock in the morning. I woke up in a bed, naked, bruised.
I woke up out of a very confused state and knowing that my body had been touched without my permission.
I knew I was raped.
I was embarrassed, and at that point, fight or flight, I just packed up and I got the hell out of there.
I didn't even think about coming forward until 2005 because I didn't think there was anything to come forward about. And in 2005 is when I heard the first woman came forward with her story, and I thought, oh my God, I can corroborate this. I know about this. I've known about this since 1981. There are other victims out there. And that's when I was in a quandary. I didn't know what to do. Should I come forward? Should I not? And I wasn't a victim myself. So I thought, you know, should I really come forward? Because I'm not an actual victim. I'm just someone who knew about this for so many years. And then what happened is other women started coming forward to corroborate the first woman's story. And I thought, oh, I'm not needed. But I think that was a mistake. I think it's very important that people come forward and say what the truth is and not just assume someone else is going to take care of the problem.
I was looked at directly in the eye by Bill Cosby and said, I had better never, ever see your face or hear your name again. And I listened.
The last time I saw him was in 2005, and I had arrangements to go backstage with my family when he was performing in Oakland, California. And the allegation from the first woman had just surfaced. It was all over the news that particular day. And so that's when I was in this quandary. I mean, should I cancel? Should I go backstage? Should I confront him? Should I not? I didn't really know what to do. And when I walked in the dressing room, he said, did I ever drug you? So it was like a way for him to diffuse the tension of the news story and maybe also to test me to see what I was going to say to that, if I was going to say something about Sandy or not.
We were one of the earliest. I was one of the first people, I think, to come out with the Bill Cosby thing. And you know, I really didn't do it for any kind of a movement or any kind of a glory or any kind of, I did this. I spoke up because I saw a few other women speak out and just be put down so horribly by a few people that came forward to protect Bill Cosby. And I felt so sorry for the women who had suffered that I just decided that I was going to speak up for them and help them and say it happened to me also.
I did not know that I was part of a pattern of behavior until Andrea Constan came forward in 2005 and attempted to have him charged. I thought I was alone.
Part of the pain was like, oh my God, he loved me as a daughter. How could he do this to me? But he loved me, you know, and so I couldn't understand how someone who had professed to love me so much as his daughter. No, he used to say, you're one of my kids, Bernard. You know, I love you like a daughter. You're one of my kids. And so I didn't understand that. And it wasn't until, you know, fast forward 2 decades later that I started to understand he never loved me. It was fake. It was phony, you know, and that has helped me to process better the betrayal, you know, that it wasn't really love. But I thought it was. Paternal love.
It's sad. I don't revel in someone's downfall.
I've come way too far to go back to that place to wonder whether it's all worth it or to have regrets. It was worth it. But it was worth it because I didn't feel alone. I had a whole community, a whole army of women and other survivors, strangers, family, friends, who were right there with me.
My feelings are that I've been, not only all of these women, and even the women that haven't come forward, have been holding on to this, and we have been called liars, and we have been called, you know, fabricating these lies and making false allegations against this big America's dad, hero, power, narcissistic cause. I'm very upset, and I'm embarrassed for his fans that he has deceived for all of these years.
I was willing in 2005 to testify on behalf of Andrea if it was helpful to her case. I remain willing to do that, but it really isn't up to me. It's up to the prosecutor and to the judge involved in the case.
I want Mr. Cosby to face justice for what he has done to me and to so many other women. I hope my coming forward inspires any other person harmed by Mr. Cosby to have courage to come forward and to tell the truth about what happened.
One such celebrity friend showed me a text sent to her by Quincy Jones that said, "I have been telling Bill for years to stop drugging women." I had to look at the text 2 or 3 times and read over again. Quincy, it said at the top. "I have been telling Bill for years to stop drugging women." Whereas I understand the cognitive dissonance that impedes bystanders like Quincy Jones of Bill Cosby's criminality from speaking out, from using from speaking out to the criminality that they witness. I understand the cognitive dissonance. I understand the intimidation they might feel at his prowess, at his power. However, their silence does nothing but enable serial rapists such as Bill Cosby.
How dare him doing this? He's still doing this. This is like 30 years later. This man is still doing it.
I'm not sure that they will come like that. I think that many of them say, well, you're a hypocrite. You say one thing, you say the other. My point is, okay, listen to me carefully. I'm telling you where the road is out. Now, you want to go here or you want to be concerned about who's giving you the message? I really know about what I'm going to do tomorrow. I have a ton of ideas to put on television about people and their love for each other.
Whenever a woman made any suggestion that anything funny or strange or weird was happening with Bill Cosby, they were cut down. You know, they were shut up very quickly. And I knew that. Since I was in the business when this incident happened to me.
There are people out there. I've read some of the comments. I've seen the social media. There are still people who believe that it's not possible for Bill Cosby, that somehow we're all lying and making this up. And it's a horrible situation. I don't understand why people don't believe women when they say something like this has happened to them, because what benefit could it be? How could you gain from it?
How many men have come forward and said, oh, 45 years ago or 30 years ago, I was molested by a priest, and we all believe them, and we give them millions of dollars in compensation. Women come forward and say the same thing, and suddenly they're liars, or oh, they were asking for, or whatever. You know, I remember I did something, and it was quoted as a joke, but I said it quite seriously. You know, I said in Saudi Arabia, legally, you need 2 women to testify against a man. Well, here, apparently, you need 25 before even people begin to believe you. So that's the part that always amazed me, why women, something happened to them 30, 40 years ago. There's no financial gain. People saying, oh, they're in this for the money. If you were attacked 30 years ago, you're not going to get any money. So that's the part that always amazed me, why we give these women such a hard time.
In America, still, I know it's a shock, but you actually were innocent until proven guilty. He has not been proven.
But what? Out of curiosity.
You're innocent until proven guilty. And this is a man that I've known my entire life, and that was just never my experience with him.
We all know the phrase innocent until proven guilty. Does that apply to Bill Cosby?
Well, innocent until proven guilty is a legal concept. But for Bill Cosby, he's pretty much been convicted in the court of public opinion. And that's in part because so many women have come forward.
People have been coming after me and saying they're going to snatch my family, they're going to come up. It's like being Frankenstein. People coming after you with the fire and they're going to burn you. No one here thinks, don't come after me like that, because I'm sick of this bull. Here's the bottom line. For me, it's my opinion. And the American courts agree with me, because still, he has not been taken to jail or tried or on anything. So back off me.
I have utmost respect for Whoopi Goldberg. She's a great comedian, but what I endured with Bill Cosby was no bull by any means. You know, he met with me under the pretense of meeting with producers who would further my career, and he surreptitiously, clandestinely slipped drugs into my blood, and he raped me. It was a very traumatic, I'm a very strong person. You know, I gave birth to 6 children without any pain relief, and yet with this strength, because he incapacitated me, I was not even able to push away the pillow from my face that he was using to silence my screams while he was suffocating me, while he was raping me. And then when he finally lifted the pillow and I could finally gasp for air, I could not even wipe away the tears trickling down my temples that were welling in my ears. And so this is no bull, this is real, this is what I experienced, and it was highly invasive. You know, I fell on a table and cut myself, having been drugged by him, and cut myself and bruised, the table that I fell upon bruised and cut me. It was very violent. And if and when I'm called to testify under oath, I will present all the details along with evidence.
I do believe that all the women that are coming up and stepping forward should take a lie detector test, which I would be more than happy to be the first one to do so. Because I think then the whole mysterious thing about everybody saying, well, we don't know if it was true, or we weren't there, you know, but why are they coming forward? Well, obviously all these women are not coming forward and telling a lie. So I think that that would be the first important step to do it.
This body of women are moving the needle.
That's right.
Not much, but we're still moving it. And that's the power we all feel.
It is certainly possible that Bill Cosby will live out the rest of his life without being criminally charged for any of these offenses. We know he's facing lawsuits, and that's something different. But in terms of going to jail, not so likely.
I think heroes do die harder in the black community for pretty clear reasons. We haven't had a lot of heroes for a real long time. There are many who just don't want to believe it. They can't believe it. They don't want their hero to see that their hero's done something like this. But 50 women have accused him of rape. And that's sort of hard to get over and to overlook. And if only one of them's telling the truth, then that means that he is a rapist.
I can only pray to God that somehow our world that we live in now can make some changes and some shifts, and we can all look and see our mothers, our sisters, our daughters in the faces of some of these victims, of some of these women survivors, and straighten it up and just stop it.
I have not ever known him to be a person who tells the truth. So no, I don't have a particular desire to hear him testify.
What I would like to see happen to Bill Cosby, based on what he did to me, and that's all I'm able to really speak on, I'd like to see the man in an orange jumpsuit behind bars getting his just desserts.
For someone to have this pattern for 50, 60 years, from the late 50s, of molesting, raping, sedating, drugging, brutalizing women, when he didn't have to, because these women, so many of them, were throwing themselves at him. It wasn't necessary to operate that way. So what kind of thrill, what kind of sick, perverted, sexual thrill are you getting from this behavior?
What shocked me and surprised me was, as this story is beginning to come out and all these women are coming forward, the things that happened with the other women, because Bill didn't drug me and it was so quick and so fast, I was standing. But to hear, it doesn't surprise me. I'm not shocked by it. I totally believe it. But I felt it was time to step up and step forward. And also I think that a lot of young women trying to have a career in show business, I think that they really believe that they have to put up with these kind of things in order to make it and have a career, because if you don't, you get blacklisted, you can't get in, you can't get an audition, you can't get a job. You know, it is common in the business. I just felt that now I'd be safe with the other women in a group, and I would come forward and support them and say, yeah, it happened to me also.
I feel a lot of pain for his family. I feel a lot of pain for the Black community who is hurting right now, all over the world. We believed in him more than we believed in Santa Claus. And all of a sudden, here's this beautiful family who's a doctor, an OBGYN doctor, no less. You know, the most trusted doctor a woman could possibly have. And we all went in, just like me, thinking, this is my dad, this is my uncle, I can trust him. We were all really deceived by the character of Cliff Huxtable. Cliff Huxtable is not Bill Cosby. Bill Cosby is not Cliff Huxtable.
She was like, Lisa, you do what you got to do, but this is an opportunity for you to get out there and to show victims, because she knows the other end of it, which is so important. And when she gave me that advice, I started thinking about my students. And how many students, you know, we run across them all the time. They're being assaulted by someone. They can't get out. They can't, you know, get away. And I thought to myself, I have to be strong enough to go out there for these kids. If I can't do it, how do I expect them to do it? How do I expect them to tell me someone's hurting them if I can't say it? And that was really what kind of changed the world for me, because I started looking at this whole thing. I just looked at it as, I have to protect the kids, you know? It's not just me. It's my daughter, my son, my students. That's what we do as adults. We will fight for them no matter what. You know what I mean? And once that turned inside of me, there was no holding me back. Then I knew that something had to change, something had to be different. And having that motivation is still what's here today.
I think the tide has turned with the fact that there is a rape culture in America. And that, you know, on the college campuses, on the workplace, and also with this Cosby situation. So I really feel that it even has more impact than just this Cosby situation.
We're dealing with a man that has built his life on his iconacy and has had a very strong circle of protection. And within that protection, he's also not a stupid man and understood how to deflect attention away from the facts.
For me, what matters is that we're having a conversation about violence on women in a way from the highest office in our nation, and that's, you know, President Obama. For me, that matters.
It wasn't about me anymore, you know. I mean, it's true that I had spent 30 years ignoring it. Mm-hmm. It never leaves you, but you can isolate things in your own mind or in your heart or wherever you think you put those things. You can wrap those in a tight little box and put them somewhere and not think about them. But in a way, it destroyed my marriage because my husband understood that I had some kind of secret that I could never tell. And I didn't tell, and he decided that the secret was that I didn't love him anymore, but it was not that at all. But I can understand now in retrospect how there was a part of me that was always missing from that relationship.
What makes you think there are other women? Because I personally know former bunnies that are frightened, shamed, and scared to come forward.
And I know another playmate who he came on to at the breakfast table at the mansion, and she put him off, and he just looked around at the other women and said nothing but. He just looked at them disdainfully. And after I came out, I started getting all of these private messages on Facebook from different people who were coming out to me. PJ was one of them.
We are now part of the tsunami of women's power and justice. We are not shutting up and we're not going away.
This was a guy who, at the time, was at the height of his fame, probably not even at the height of his fame, but incredibly popular, incredibly well-liked, could have probably met women. Do you think this was something he particularly liked to do? The drugging aspect?
He's a sociopath. They have no remorse. He will definitely be known as the most prolific serial rapist in the United States of America.
Oh.
No doubt, Dr. Huxtable will be.
30 years later, I'm standing in my kitchen and I hear on TV that Bill Cosby is accused of molesting or sexually assaulting Andrea Constant. And my first thought was, really? At his age, he's still doing that, you know? And then I heard, as time went on, DA speak in Pennsylvania for we're not going to charge him. They started saying things like he said, she said, which is the standard, we're not going to do it. I called him. I called Bruce Castor, I called the cops, I called the dispatch sergeant, I called the crime lab. I mean, I called everybody in Pennsylvania.
I've been quiet too long, and perhaps he's still doing what he had done to us. Maybe some young girl might be listening to this and it might prevent her from getting in the same situation with him.
I don't feel attacked any longer. I spent 28 years being attacked. We are dealing with a predator. And Bill Cosby, whether he likes to admit it or not, he's now created a new legacy for himself as a catalyst for new awareness on sexual health issues and you know, how we approach sex education with our young people. And you know, we're talking about a classic sociopath. Sociopathic behavior is very diabolical and manipulative, and it isn't always ugly in your face. It actually can be quite alluring and charming and charismatic, and it's building a body of trust with your victim. So being that victim, I feel that I have some knowledge about how this process works. The grooming process is meticulous and quiet.
He would call in, or his camp would call in and say, never heard of her, never saw her before, don't recognize her name, her maiden name, her married name, or otherwise. And I said to Dan Abrams once, I put my hands like this and said, well, I don't think it was my face he was interested in, do you? You know?
Yeah.
And then Rita Cosby, who was a wonderful reporter, she said, they deny that they ever saw you. And I said, what do you expect him to say? I know her, I remember her. Yes, we went out, but no, it had to be a blanket denial. He had no choice but to say he never heard of me. But it didn't matter. And in fairness to him, he's probably met 10 million people between here and there.
Andrea Constant was the brave woman from Temple University in Philadelphia who reported her sexual assault. And I'm minding my own business here in Arizona with a baby and a toddler, and I read that another woman came forward with the same allegations that I had, and I went crazy, and I made it my life's mission to move on and to support her and to make this a humanitarian and public awareness issue.
You know, we spent a lot of time in California changing the statutes of limitations, getting it over and done, eliminated. I flew to Denver to be with a senator friend of mine and another friend, and we tried to get the statutes changed there. We got them knocked from like 5 years to 20 years. You could go 20 years before you reported it, which is a break. They should have eliminated it, but it was Colorado, and you know, things are different.
It's been really hard, especially with coming out publicly, and unfortunately with these types of cases, the victim really gets scrutinized and dug into. My life's been completely dug into by people, and it's been a tough road.
It's the norm to be silent. When I called a few girlfriends because I knew I was going to come forward with this today, and I told them what happened to me. They began to tell me about the sexual assault that happened to them by someone else. And I'm like horrified. I'm like, oh, why didn't you tell me? She said, I didn't want to tell you, and the reason I told you was because you told me about yours. And at that moment I said, oh yeah, I'm going to tell.
At first I was absolutely elated from a secret that I kept inside of me since 1982 when I was drugged and raped in Lake Tahoe, Nevada. I stifled this into several compartments inside my spirituality, and I didn't want to speak out when it happened to me because I was at the top of my game working for Vogue, Revlon, Coca-Cola, all the designers, British Vogue, Harper's and Queen's, Cosmopolitan, and it was something that my clients at the time would not be very appreciative of, the fact that their top model had been a victim of rape. So I was scared that my actual modeling work would have been taken away from me by a very powerful man, America's dad, that he could use his power and influence in robbing me of the work that I had left and more work to come.
The fact that so many women have come forward, they've really given me the strength to be able to do this.
You have what is essentially now turned into one of the most prolific serial rapists of anyone's generation.
This horrible experience has had a long-lasting impact on me. As a result, I find it very hard to trust men. I felt that Mr. Cosby deceived me into thinking that he was a nice and trustworthy person.
It still goes on, and I know there are women that still don't want to come out, but they have to. They have to know that we've all done it. We're here to support and love all of you, and we understand it. We'd never say you're lying or you're wrong, but it's hard to get them to speak up, you know?
This was the most difficult decision that I've ever made, particularly now with the Michael Brown and the Eric Gardners. This attack on black men is real. And now I am, you know, calling out a black man, a revered black man, and sometimes it's really hard to do the right thing. But this is the right thing to do.
As a woman of color, I'm talking about, you know, all, you know, Asian, Indian, whatever, but particularly black. As a black woman, what is happening with our heroes? Bill Cosby, Michael Jackson, Prince, all led lives on a side that we didn't know, and all's images have been tarnished horribly. You know, white people, at least you have others. So when people like are, you know, I'm just saying, you know.
Why this case now, I believe, is holding a lot of weight is that we're having a series of women finally, thank God, coming out and saying, this happened to me, this happened to me, this happened to me too. And so, you know, even if you blacked out or you don't remember the entire rape, you know, or the entire assault, there's strength in numbers. And when you get to 100 women that come forward and finally say, you know what, I had a drink and then something happened and then I don't know what happened and then, you know, his penis was in my hand, or, you know, it definitely was a sexual assault of some sort, you know, there's a lot of veracity to that. Even if you can't remember everything that happened, there's still a lot of veracity to that, because you now have 20 women or 30 women or 50 women, and before this is all said and done, there could possibly be 1,000 women that come forward.
Last month it was reported in the press that over 20 women had come forward to allege that Bill Cosby had either drugged or sexually assaulted them.
We're up to 48 that have come forward, 48 women, and there's probably another 50 that are Jane Does.
Really? You believe they're up to 50?
I know.
Really?
I know.
62 women came forward, but there were others that called me and said, I can't come forward. I'd never told my husband. He would be blown away if I had kept a secret from him 20 years, which I understood completely. Yeah. And my children, I don't want them to know, or I still work in the industry and I would lose my job, that kind of thing.
The count right now is 90 women. I've spoken personally with 20 women who cannot find the courage to come forward. I believe the experience, with the Me Too movement and Time's Up, we as Cosby accusers have done that much earlier than these other movements, the Harvey Weinsteins, that has come out after the fact. My job was, when I first read the interview in the New York Times, was that it was time for me to come out. It was time for me to tell my story.
Sindra Ladd in particular was a well-respected philanthropist and a powerful media executive, which would prove that she wasn't the stereotype of falsely accusing a celebrity for popularity, money or fame. By November 2006, the case was settled out of court for an undisclosed amount. According to an article published by Robert Huber in the Philadelphia Magazine, his lawyers have gotten it pushed to the back burner, down to a simmer, and maybe it will amount to nothing, yet there is also the possibility that it will bubble up to destroy him. Janice Dickinson once again alluded to her story that same year in an interview with Howard Stern, though she refused to provide more detail to avoid being targeted by Cosby himself.
I'm doing this because it's the right thing to do, and it happened to me, and this is the true story.
In 2008, Chloe Goins claimed that he also drugged and assaulted her at the Playboy Mansion, but no charges could be pressed due to insufficient evidence.
He brought you something to drink, right?
Yes.
How long after you were given that did you feel any effect? Was it immediately, or was it half hour, hour?
It was very quick afterwards.
And he offered to assist you?
Yeah. Yeah. Yes, he did.
Yeah. Is that troubling for me to ask you that?
I've tried my best to put this in the back of my mind.
She woke up without her clothes on, which were taken off without her consent. Mr. Cosby was at the foot of the bed, licking or biting on one of her toes.
If it wasn't for the other women, I'm not sure if I would have been able to come out.
So that's troubling to think about. But at the time, did you need assistance?
I did.
You were starting to...
I got very dizzy and disoriented.
You were starting to lose it.
Yeah, and pretty much just blacked out.
And at the time you woke up, he was still in the room.
Yes.
And was he dressed or undressed?
He was undressed.
Did he leave right away, or did he stay?
He left. I'm one of the only ones who can get justice for these women, and that's very important to me.
But this somehow didn't dent his popularity in the public eye. In 2011, Cosby still won the President's Award for his contributions to advertising from the Advertising Hall of Fame. And on November the 23rd, 2 years later, he returned to stand-up for the first time in years. However, it was all about to finally come crashing down. On October the 16th, 2014, Hannibal Buress was performing the same comedy set he had performed across the country, but this one particular show was in Philadelphia. He claimed that Cosby had a legacy of talking down to young black men about their dress sense and lifestyle, before criticizing the public's love for the man.
Bill Cosby has the fucking smuggest old black man public persona that I hate. This kid's on TV. Pull your pants up, black people. I was on TV in the 80s. I can talk down to you because I had a successful sitcom. Yeah, it was rape women, Bill Cosby, so kind of brings it down a couple notches. I don't curse on stage, but yeah, you're a rapist, so take you saying lots of motherfuckers on Bill Cosby himself if you weren't a rapist.
As explained, this had been said at many shows before, and at the time the audience laughed and reacted well. But Buress continued,
for the most part, it's fucking public Teflon image. I've done this bit on stage, and people don't believe, people think I'm making it up. I'm like, Bill Cosby, there's a lot of rape allegations. No, you do. That shit is upsetting. If you didn't know about it, trust me, you leave here Google Bill Cosby rape. It's not funny. This shit has more results than Hannibal Buress.
And this started to spread online, with the media reporting it, and Bill Cosby's reputation was now being greatly tarnished.
The joke in that video came out right before we were starting the rollout for my Comedy Central TV show. And we actually, we pushed back my announcement because
it would look opportunistic.
That news was that crazy that we pushed it back by the premiere announced by a month or two.
Wow.
Because it was that. And so even though I had my Comedy Central deal in place, since 2012, I had an all-around Comedy Central deal. And so then when that came out, and then I got my show, then my show was scheduled to go on the air. It looked like, oh, he did a Cosby joke, and then he got a TV show. It's like, no, man, this is like my 4th development deal, and this is finally the show that I got on.
Isn't it funny how things like that work?
This whole Cosby thing, Hannibal Buress, started with him, stand-up comedian. He made a flat-out statement that reverberated around the world. That would not have, that was on TV, it would have been edited. If it had been on any other medium, it would have been edited. But because somebody just filmed it and put it out there, you're getting your news raw and unfiltered, which I think is fantastic.
Yeah, crazy.
We are not invisible anymore.
Not long after, a representative of his posted on Twitter asking his followers to turn him into a meme. But after several were shared poking fun at the allegations, the tweet was quickly removed. This led to even more of the aforementioned potential victims speaking out, citing assaults between 1965 and 2004. Cosby was due to set up a new stand-up special called Bill Cosby 77, but this had to be cancelled due to the allegations.
I have to ask about your name coming up in the news recently regarding this comedian.
No, we don't answer that.
Okay. I just wanted to ask if you wanted to respond at all about whether any of that was true.
There's no response.
Okay. Can I ask you, if with the persona that people know about Bill Cosby, should they believe anything differently about what?
There is no comment about that.
Okay.
And I'll tell you why.
Okay.
I think you were told. I don't want to compromise your integrity, but I don't talk about it. This is a situation that's unprecedented. My family, my friends, I have been in this business 52 years, and I've never seen anything like this. And reality is the situation. And I can't speak.
Thank you. I appreciate your time.
Thank you. Now, can I get something from you?
What's that?
That none of that will be shown.
I can't promise that myself, but you didn't say anything.
I know I didn't say anything, but I'm asking your integrity that since I didn't want to say anything, but I did answer you in terms of I don't want to say anything of what value will it have.
I don't think it will.
Ma'am, what'd you say?
Sorry?
What did you say?
I don't think it has any value either.
Yeah.
And I would appreciate it if it was scuttled.
I hear you. I will tell that to my editors, and I think that they will understand.
Well, I think if you want to consider yourself to be serious, that it will not appear anywhere.
Okay. I appreciate what you've asked.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And we thought, by the way, because it was AP, that it wouldn't be necessary to go over that question with you.
And we haven't written about this at all in the past 2 months, but they want, my boss is wanting me to ask.
If you will just tell your boss the reason why we didn't say that up front was because we thought that AP had the integrity to not ask.
And
one other point on that. One of the 3 major TV writers for the AP in Los Angeles called me up and asked me, Lynn Elber, and we said, we're not addressing it. So she said fine, and she just closed it off.
Okay.
And I think you need to get on the phone with his person immediately.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Him and his wife had some African-American artwork on display at the National Museum of African Art, but this also caused controversy for them allowing it to stay up.
We could not open this exhibition. We could not have created this exhibition with one curator. It's too much. It's too complex. And it's too important.
There was even a petition at one point for President Obama to revoke his Presidential Medal of Freedom, to which he responded,
"There's no precedent for revoking a medal. We don't have that mechanism. And as you know, I tend to make it a policy not to comment on the specifics of cases where there might still be, if not criminal, then civil issues involved. I'll say this. If you give a woman, or a man for that matter, without his or her knowledge, a drug, and then have sex with that person without consent, that's rape. And I think this country, any civilized country, should have no tolerance for rape.
Well, Anderson, I'm in D.C. presently at a speaking engagement, and I was in my hotel room, and the television was on CNN, as I normally have it on CNN. And so I was, my heart was beating really fast. I believe that the President Obama has his finger on the pulse of this nation, and what he said was very profound and very powerful and much needed.
Cosby's defense denied all allegations, claiming that Janice Dickinson's story actually changed from her earlier reports, saying, "Mr. Cosby does not intend to dignify these allegations with any comments." He later called them unsubstantiated and nothing more than media vilification. On September 17, 2015, A&E broadcasted a documentary entitled Cosby, The Women Speak, containing 13 women claiming to have been abused by Bill Cosby. According to a Vox report, the stories span more than 5 decades and are remarkably similar, typically involving the comedian offering a woman a cup of coffee or some sort of alcoholic beverage which may be spiked with drugs, and allegedly sexually assaulting the victim as she's impaired or unconscious. By October, nearly 60 women had come forward calling Cosby a sociopath and a serial rapist. Potential victim Joel Allison stated, "We may be looking at America's greatest serial rapist that ever got away with this for the longest amount of time. He got away with it because he was hiding behind the image of Cliff Huxtable." At first, he refused to discuss the allegations in interviews, but maintained his innocence. In 2016, Cosby was reported to have now become legally blind by his attorneys, which was confirmed by the following April.
He's 78 years old and blind, so he does use a cane so that he can know what's coming in front of him.
When the cornea gets too distorted or too irregular, you can have a breakdown in the corneal surface and fluid entering the eye.
I believe his whole blindness is an act. In fact, he walked into the courtroom with a cane, and he walked out of the courtroom without the use of a cane, with his thumbs up, and even calling out to one of my prosecution attorneys. I can't say the A word on camera, but he called him an A word, the a-hole word, which I feel despicable in a court of law, where that's the only thing he said during the entire process.
In 2018, Cosby's youngest daughter Ensa sadly passed away from kidney disease at the age of just 44. On January the 23rd that same year, he performed his final ever stand-up show at the La Rose Jazz Club in Philadelphia.
Is the audience this way? Yeah. Okay. Let me tell you something about being blind. I came here tonight to enjoy being with my friends and the musicians and the people who came.
Anybody that gives
him a platform to speak, to joke. Rape is not a joke.
After the allegations, several organisations cut ties with him, his honours and titles were revoked, reruns of his shows were pulled, and several colleges and universities rescinded his honorary degrees.
I'm happy. I feel like justice is being served. It can't be served in the court of justice, but it's served in the court of the national conglomerations that realize that keeping him in the public eye would do them no service. Yeah. I was thinking of dropping Netflix myself and maybe just subscribing for 2 days when House of Cards came on. And then dropping it and not really watching NBC.
During the trial, Cosby actually admitted to giving the women quaaludes and having sex with them, but maintained that it was still consensual.
Their oath states that these jurors have adhered to these orders and will erase things heard or seen in the media.
On April the 26th, 2018, he was found guilty of 3 counts of aggravated indecent assault against Constant. On September the 25th, he was sentenced to 3 to 10 years in prison and fined $25,000, as well as the court costs for both trials.
I'm happy that the judge sentenced Bill Cosby accordingly, and I'm grateful to Andrea for standing strong.
We're doing a victory lap. I don't know whether to laugh, cry, do the Zorba dance. I'm just elated, and I was really steeling myself for a mistrial and trying to figure out how I was going to process that. And so it's just so overwhelming. You know, I just don't know how to deal with it yet. You know, it's initially, you know, you're just thrilled to death, can't believe it. And he showed himself to be the person that we know in the courtroom when he called D.A. Steele what he called him. He really showed himself. And that was the person we knew that nobody wanted to believe.
I stand here in the spirit of Martin Luther King, who said that the arc of the moral universe is long, but today it has bent towards justice. Last year, when I was sitting in the courtroom of the first trial and the verdict was hung, I left with such a tremendous sense of disappointment, and it became evident to me that the justice system is light years behind modern culture. But today, this jury has shown that what the Me Too movement has saying is that women are worthy of being believed. And I thank the jury. I thank the prosecution. But I looked at that jury, there's this one young black man on that jury who I looked upon as my son, and I know the disappointment that he felt in looking at a beloved black male iconic father figure and being able to yet render a guilty verdict. I thank him. I thank all the juries, and this is a victory not just for Andrea Constant, whom I consider to be the Joan of Arc in the war on rape. It is not just a victory for the Commonwealth. It is not just a victory for the 62 of us publicly known Cosby survivors whom Gloria Allred has helped give a voice. It is also a victory for womanhood, and it is a victory for all sexual assault survivors, female and male. And I thank you all in the media. You are the pillars of democracy. Without you, none of this would have happened.
It's been a highly emotional day for me, and I'm sure for all the other women involved. I didn't get to see some of the televised footage of Mr. Cosby being brought into court or fingerprinted or any of that, but I heard about it from some of the other women.
I feel that justice has been served for Bill Cosby. I suffered for 40 plus years. He's got 3 to 10 years, I think you just mentioned.
Yes.
He has no remorse. He shows no remorse whatsoever. He's not sorry at all. He's not sorry. You know, he's not sorry about what he did to anybody.
Would that make it better if he said that?
I think it would make it better. Yes, I think it would be a lot better if he would address me and the other women that he's done this to and say, you know, I was nuts, I have a disorder, I did, you know, anything. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to do this to you, it was a mistake, I should have been getting treatment. which I don't accept that either, because with Bill Cosby's money and fame and power, he could have gone to another country even and got treatment and got better. So I don't know. It's a very confusing, difficult time. I am glad that Bill Cosby was convicted, and I'm grateful that the judge has given him this time. And I say a prayer for all of us women that have been affected by this through Bill Cosby's hands.
I don't think it'll matter because, first of all, I believe he's sociopathic. He has no conscience, therefore, even if he apologized, it wouldn't matter. Mm-hmm. It would just be an act. It would be something to engender sympathy from the public.
And I'm going to say to Bill Cosby, you do owe me an explanation for why you did this to me. Why? I want an apology. That's what I want. I want you to apologize to me for hurting me. I want you to apologize for taking advantage of me.
As far as what happens to Bill, basically, I think it's already happened to Bill. I think all of the women coming forward and revealing the truth about the kind of person that he is, the other side, the other man, is enough for Bill Cosby. I think it's for him to face this is really very difficult. What amazes me about this, and with the other stories that have come out over the years with other celebrities, is I don't understand how people think that they can go on and on and on and on and on and continue this pattern of living this secret lifestyle, and it's never going to come out. Nobody's ever going to know. I mean, it's a dangerous path to take, and eventually, you know, people find out and people come forward, and that's what's happening.
I think the Me Too movement is dynamic, and even though there are going to be some people who are going to continue to assassinate the character of these sexual assault victims and
more
survivors.
than some people, some of the most powerful people in the world.
Absolutely, and that's going to remain. But you know what? Now, these survivors have a community and they have support. And with the conviction of Bill Cosby, they now know that justice can be served, that justice can prevail.
When he was brought out in handcuffs, his jacket was off and his baggy pants were being held up by suspenders. And I had this moment of feeling sorry for him because he seemed suddenly so frail, and that arrogant, pompous, rather terrifying presence was no longer there. But then I saw a smirk on his face. He still had that jokey smirk. But in the courtroom, he was still delusionally thinking that he was going to get out on bail, because when they registered him as a violent sexual predator and told him that he had to register in any city that he went to, he asked them, well, do I have to register if I'm just going to another city for the evening and staying overnight and then going back home? And that was when we realized he really thought, up until the last, that he was going to be out on bail and go home. Well,
I don't want him to go to prison. First of all, I never thought he'd be found guilty, because I always figured there'd be that one person, you know, who says, no, he's Bill Cosby, he couldn't do that. But they got down on him, and it only took the jury 45 minutes of deliberation to come back and say guilty. So 3 charges, 14 hours before finding out, or the jury deliberated 14 hours. But, you know, these 3 things that he was found guilty on each tag on 10 years in prison. In other words, this soon to be 81-year-old man is facing 30 years in prison. The difference, they say, this time is that there were 5 victims to testify, and this Me Too movement has really kind of pushed things along.
I think, as I said, all of the women have very strong emotions today, because we feel joy, we feel relief, but we also feel a sense of validation. But I think that's particularly true of those of us who came forward as Jane Does in 2005 to stand with Andrea in her claims.
I don't believe he should go to jail. I think that what I was suggesting all along, you put that ankle bracelet on him, you take away all the comforts of regular living, and you put him in a place like a studio apartment where he's paying for it, not us, the taxpayers, okay? You have his bedding set up just like what they sleep in jail, Al my back. You know, that cot with the springs that poke through. And he eats bread and water, or whatever they eat in prison these days. I understand the menu is a little more elevated, but you know, he eats his bread and water and take it for the short rest of his life.
Crying by men and by women, and more than one. And the tears came towards the end. It was so tense.
It was just so unbelievable. We were just crying and hugging, and I don't think any of us believed we would see this day. And it was just such a validation, an absolute validation and vindication for every nasty insult, everything that everybody's been saying about us, you know, and not believing us. And here, the legal system was behind us, you know, and it's not just a victory for us, and it's not about Bill Cosby, it's bigger than that. This is a victory for all women who have not yet found their voice.
Very, very honest from his side. You could believe from his testimony what he did, but not from hers.
We were all shaking. We were shaking. All of us sister survivors were sitting in the back row holding hands and just waiting for the moment, waiting for the moment, waiting for the moment. And then, of course, there were all these appeals and discussions and arguments. And so finally, when we did hear the sentencing, it was almost anticlimactic.
It's hard for me to believe that I've been injured and it takes me a year to report it.
I felt her to be a very, very honest person. I felt like he was giving off vibes like shaking his head like no, 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 and I just felt like that she was very honest when what she spoke of.
Whatever the man did, he has already paid his price.
When we decided to charge Bill Cosby, and when I spoke with Andrea and met her and saw how steadfast she was, how brave, how courageous she was, I knew that regardless of the result, justice would be served. Her message would be set forth, her story would be told, and she would be able to confront Bill Cosby as a sexual predator that he was when he sexually assaulted and drugged her that night.
Could it be that Bill Cosby goes to his grave with all of this still going on?
I think one of the strategies here is to say to Bill Cosby, you will never have peace. For the rest of your life, we will be pursuing you. We may not win at every turn, but we will be there.
For 30 years, 32 years, I've dreamt about this day.
Oh my God. People are listening, my story's told, I'm not lying, and now people know it. And I'm so sad for all of us, but it validates every one of us to be able to compare our stories and see the similarities, and knowing in our heart, finally, did it happen? Did it happen? Did it really happen? Yes, it really happened. And it's over. It's over.
I feel free. I feel free. Because I've always told the truth.
It's been unbelievable, unbelievable. I couldn't believe the positive response that came from this as far as my goals, which was to talk and speak out to the other women. And I always said right from the beginning, if I could help one woman, it would feel fantastic. And I've helped more than that. So
You
that
have.
feels terrific.
This is not greed. This is a day of reckoning. This is not greed. This is accountability. After all these years, finally the law has changed and allowed us a one-year window in which we can seek tangible justice. And as you know, rape is not like any other crime. It's not like somebody steals your car and you can get it back and get it repaired. What is stolen from a rape victim can never be replaced, and it has a generational trickle-down, generational trauma. It infects everything you do from then on out. derails your career. It impacts your ability to have a decent relationship. It impacts your future children. It impacts their children. And they don't even know where all this, trauma, behavior and fear and phobias originate.
I never lost hope. I had dark days, and it's been a long, hard, frustrating journey. But I knew some way, someday, something would break and the truth would come out. It really is a shame that it has taken so long, because when I came forward in 2005, that was a big, scary, very scary step for me, and I wasn't sure what was going to come of that. And when really nothing did, I was very disappointed, and my story kept getting shoved under the rug. It would pop up and then go away and pop up and go away. So when it came up in the last 3 weeks and I was approached to do this story, I was determined to try and just make it very clear what had happened and raise those questions.
I feel like my faith in humanity is restored. This is a victory not just for the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, not just for the victim in the case, Andrea Constant, not just for the 62 of us publicly known survivors, that it's also a victory for all sexual assault survivors.
What was so haunting to sit there in the courthouse and listen to her testimonies this April and then last July was that so much of what she experienced paralleled what I experienced and the others experienced. So we found ourselves weeping in not only empathy for our survivor sister, but also in familiarity. And it was difficult because when she was describing his MO, it triggered, intense reaction emotionally and flashbacks. So it was not easy. But yeah, he's a very, very smart manipulator.
The Me Too movement has arrived and is well and is living in Montgomery County, throughout this nation and throughout this world. Thank you.
Complete validation. Across the board from all of us, complete validation.
It's a very small courtroom. I could always see the whites of his eyes. On some occasions, he passed by so near me within inches that if I wanted to, and of course I didn't want to, I could have touched him. I smelled the tobacco on his breath. I could smell his sweat. I could smell his raunchy perfume. So it was triggering, but at the same time, it was also empowering, because not once did I ever falter into a flashback. Not once did I ever, quiver or shake. I felt empowered knowing that I could stand firm here in support of Andrea Constant, to show my solidarity for her, just in my quiet presence, and yet not become intimidated and terrified by the presence of my rapist in a very small room. And that was empowering.
There was not enough evidence to arrest and convict him. The choices became do nothing or do something. I chose to do something. His depravity and his lack of remorse was exhibited through his demeanor in the courtroom when victims were crying, and he would laugh. And even the most striking sight for me was that when he was preparing to be handcuffed, his publicist was removing his watch and his ring.
No, we of course didn't see any of this. This was in the courtroom. Yes, I
saw that. So and Bill Cosby was rolling up his sleeves, taking off his jackets. He was chuckling and laughing so heartily that his shoulders were bouncing up and down, laughing, preparing to be handcuffed. And he was looking at us, and his publicists were looking at us. That's when Janice Dickinson laughed out and said something like, I've got the last laugh, Bill Cosby.
He was making a mockery of the whole situation, and then, in my opinion, being coached on the sideline of what to say and how to say it.
If the civil lawyers played the pieces right, they would get Cosby deposed. He would say things that were incriminating, and they would then use that to leverage a settlement worth millions of dollars. Well, that's exactly what happened.
What do you want from Bill Cosby right now? What do you need to hear from him? What does he need to do?
I would like Cosby to come out and at least acknowledge that he is a pig, that he is a monster, and he has raped me.
What do you hope he says?
I'm sorry. I would hope that Mr. Cosby would say I'm sorry. But that's never going to happen. He's a psychopath.
I'm in huge gratitude to the Los Angeles Police Department, Thank you guys and gals out there. It's about time that this guy gets his comeuppance.
So then all this Cosby shit comes out. And I text her, I go, so what do you think? What do you think of your boy? And she goes, she said something like, I think, like he absolutely did it. And I think his wife was in on it. which again, I don't know what she meant by that, but so then we're texting back and forth and she goes, you know, one time I was supposed to meet him in Philadelphia and he told me what to wear and how to wear my hair.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
And she goes, and thankfully I got sick.
She was going to do it? She was going to wear what he wanted?
Yeah.
Wow, that was the time.
Yeah. And
he built it up.
Yeah, and he was going to take her to the ultimate musical. And thankfully she got sick and didn't go. And I was like, and the whole time it's like, yeah, that's the thing that one of the things with some of these stories is like, why would Bill Cosby want to be friends with some lady?
You come to us, especially with a sexual allegation, you know, we will work with you.
I have many, many, many women who are contacting me.
It's surreal, it's empowering. I'm grateful to my attorneys, to the activists, legislators, and governor of New Jersey for allowing me this opportunity to hold Bill Cosby accountable for the life-altering sexual crimes he inflicted upon me. I'm grateful that I'm going to be able to present my evidence, testimony, and witnesses in a court of law, and I'm hoping that my case will inspire other states to also pass the Adult Survivors Act so that other survivors across the nation can see their day in court. And clearly, since only 2% of rapists ever see a day behind bars, that evidences that our criminal justice system is stacked against survivors.
I can't say I believed. What I did is I hoped and I fought and I tried to do everything that was right to support him going to jail.
I just want to see him locked up because my chains are broken now. Now it's time to see him with someone.
The verdict in of itself is a stepping stone. I see it as an opportunity for the justice system to take this more serious.
I know that everyone on Cosby's team is very concerned that he is 81 years old, that he is blind, and that prison would be an undue hardship. Okay. I know that he has been under house arrest, and I know that he's had parties and he's had his friends and his family around him ever since he has been found guilty. So I do think there needs to be some prison time. I think that's not only important for him to understand the severity of what has happened, but also it does send a message. And let's face it, this is the beginning of an avalanche of things that are going to be happening in the court system.
His futile efforts to hide his own testimony from the public have been unsuccessful. And now the truth is out, and he's never going to be able to keep this secret.
All of the information that's out there kind of points to guilt. It looks bad, Bill. Either speak up or shut up, because people know now that there's a lot more out there than they thought.
On December the 10th, 2019, Cosby appealed the decision, but the verdict was upheld. However, on June the 23rd, 2020, the Supreme Court agreed to hear further information on his appeal. While Cosby admitted to giving women medication to induce sexual encounters, his defense claimed that his rights were violated when a former prosecutor assured him that he wouldn't be prosecuted for the assault.
The Supreme Court cited my memo, my private memo to them, saying, don't do this, because you're going to have a problem with using the deposition testimony, because that only existed because I had said I wasn't going to prosecute Cosby.
I am not concerned, because the arguments are that it's because he's so old that he couldn't possibly hurt another woman. And if he were in his home with an ankle bracelet, but let's face it, that's where he raped Andrea Constant.
Surprisingly, on June the 30th, 2021, his conviction was overturned as they felt like his rights were actually violated. The civil lawsuit of $3.38 million was paid, and he was released after only serving 3 years.
I was really shocked. Disappointed.
What does it say about the American justice system?
That it's flawed?
I woke up to his face on my TV this morning. I hope I don't get emotional right now, but it hit me with a really emotional setback. The flashback was so real, like it took me back to that time. And But throughout all these years, you know, I have learned to forgive Cosby so I could be emotionally set free. And at the end of all this, he's the one that has to face his Lord. And I'm very upset that he was released, you know, without notice to anybody, I guess. No, it was just a shock.
How can a district attorney enforce a decision on a backroom handshake? How can you give any credibility to that?
Waiting for the okay for my fans.
And nobody had the sense to say, wait 1 second, this doesn't match up with the truth. This is not what I was taught in college. This is not what I was taught at home, etc., etc.
Anything to say to your accusers, Mr. Cosby?
My friend Stephen Lenahan, he gave me a telephone call, and he told me, he said, I have some bad news. And I was bracing for, like, you know, a hurricane or something, and he was like, you know, Cosby's out of prison. And I was I felt like, first of all, really so angry, so angry. And second, I felt like I was kicked in the stomach in my abdomen by some psychic blow.
Thank you. And thank everyone up there. About 4 or 5 guys yelling, Bill, get up. You're going home. But man, when I left, murderers, rapists, bank robbers, wife beaters, all clapping. No more violent sex offender.
All of that goes away, man.
I'm a free man. I'm gonna give this.
People have been texting me and giving me the facts as a little. They just said he's getting out of jail, and I would say, I'm shocked. I don't know the details of who let him out. Some judge in a Supreme Court in Philadelphia, I guess.
I've been holding on to this since 1982, and I am just extremely upset. I do not feel vindicated. I do not feel, I don't feel, you know, any yippee-ki-yay.
It's just not something that I don't believe that he's going to be able to control. But then we'll leave that up to a psychiatrist.
Bill Cosby walks free, but it doesn't change the fact that my testimony was believed.
I'm concerned that women will think that they shouldn't come forward. I can tell you, as somebody who did, it was challenging, it was scary. There were times when I was called horrible names.
I had a story to tell, but also it was what was going to bring me true healing.
This is why women don't come forward. This is why women remain silent, because they don't want to be vilified in the way that he is vilifying Andrea Constand.
Felicia Rashad, his co-star on The Cosby Show, she made headlines with a tweet after his release that said, "A terrible wrong is being righted, a miscarriage of justice is corrected."
It's disappointing to hear somebody who is in such a powerful position herself not to support survivors.
He's a genius. He is generous. He's kind, he's inclusive. What has happened is declaration in the media of guilt without proof.
You were quoted online as saying, "Forget those women."
And that was a misquote. And that is not what I said. What I said is, this is not about the women. This is about something else. This is about the obliteration of legacy.
Because some people might think that it was dismissive.
I am a woman. I am a woman. I would never say such a thing.
Felicia, you should be supporting these women.
When you first heard women were saying they had been
drugged or raped?
I had never heard that before, and I can't even speak to those things and don't want to.
Who would have a vested interest in attacking the legacy of Bill Cosby?
That's my question too.
It's pretty ridiculous that these women were groomed by this man, and all of a sudden you are blaming the victim. This is irresponsible, and I want to tell people at home, think about if this was your daughter, if this was your mother, would you have the same reaction? Gloria said it best. We cannot have this in a court of opinion. We need to get someone in there, have a biased judge that's going to be able to give these victims their day in court.
She said she was misquoted when she said forget about the women, but then she said it's not about the women, it's about his legacy. Well, obviously it is about the women if you care about women, if you care about women who claim that they were victims of Bill Cosby, they claim that they were drugged and then that they were raped, that they were taken advantage of when they were young and when they were vulnerable. Of course it's about the women, and for her to say it's not about them is almost the same as saying forget about them, which we have no intention of doing.
I don't feel any validation. I won't feel validated until Cosby and to the known women and the yet to be known women get an apology to each and every one of us, to myself and to each and every one of us, and that this mass serial rapist be put in jail for his crimes against humanity.
When you watched him celebrate, how did that feel? Disgusting. It didn't surprise me, given the level of the arrogance and having no remorse during the time he was incarcerated. Absolutely zero remorse for what he did to me.
He has said that he will never show remorse because he, in his words, never did anything wrong.
He's a sexually violent predator who basically was let out of jail.
Once a predator, always a predator, and they will usually stick to the same MO. They may deviate a little here and there if they feel the heat is on or they're getting a little into dangerous territory to detract the scent that they put on their trail. But mostly our stories, from what I know, is that they're either identical or eerily similar or carry the same characteristic behaviors, which is consistent with a predator's MO. They pick one and they stick to it for the most part.
I think the justice system is really I'm sorry for being so rude, but it's just, to me, it's like devastating that after all the pain and anguish that these women went through, myself included, Beverly Johnson, I know they're feeling the same way I am. I know they're mad. I know they're disappointed. And sisters, we gotta hang in there. That's what I want to say to them.
He was released on a legal technicality and not because he's innocent. He is not innocent. He'll never be innocent, and I need to hold on to that.
Power is not given, it's taken, right? And so I've taken my power back, but all power belongs to God. So it's in God's hands. I mean, you wait, you have this opportunity, you say something because you hope you can save somebody else's life. And that's really what we're trying to do. We're trying to say there are women out there, there are men out there that have been raped, and we hope that the rape culture, understands that this cannot happen. We won't stand for it.
And as I sit here today, I want to send a message to not let this deter you from coming forward, from getting the peace and the healing and the closure that you need.
I blame the laws about the statute of limitations, which held me back because I believe it was 10 years. I would very much like to see the laws change in America where there will be no statute of limitations ever. And don't forget, his side and his team held up my book in court, No Lifeguard on Duty, and called me despicable names. They alluded to the fact that I lied. I don't lie. They alluded to the fact that I was a failed starlet. I never sought out to become an actress in the first place, and that it was indeed a washed-up model. And that is not true, because I was at the top of my game then, and I still remain at the top of my game.
I just want to throw up. I want to cry. I want to just smack him. I feel really sad for all of the other women. We're like Cosby girls, you know. We have our own little underground daisy chain, so to speak, and we all keep in touch. And I'm sure I tried to call a couple, and I couldn't get through to them. But I think we're all in shock, just total shock. It can't be.
I forgave Bill Cosby for what he did to me, and if I did not forgive him, I wouldn't have peace.
I made it a mission in my life to not let this define me as a woman, or to steal anything away from my opportunities or my drive. So I've been a very strong-willed woman all of my life, and that's a choice to not be victimized and let that victimization run your world is a choice. So that was my choice. However, that doesn't mean that I don't have bad and dark days.
I would tell him that I'm really sorry that he had to do that to me, that he felt that he needed to add me to his list of God knows how many women. We were friends, and I knew him and his wife for many, many years, and I really admired them both, and I admire his wife. I think she's a lovely woman, and why did he have to do that to me? He certainly didn't need to. Why me? Why? I was a friend, he'd known me, he knew I was Sammy Davis's girlfriend, he knows my sister. So many women out there, and why did he have to do it the way that he did it when there were so many women throwing themselves at his feet everywhere? Why did he have to take advantage of women like this? What is that about? I don't know.
You know intellectually that it's not your fault, but your emotions have no intelligence, and your intelligence have no emotions, and sometimes they don't connect with each other. And my emotions won at this point. I felt a lot of shame, I felt a lot of guilt, I felt a lot of shoulds. I should have known there was something wrong with this man. I should have felt something was off with him, and I was angry at myself that I didn't, and blamed myself.
I just want to help other people and not let this him being released from jail, not to discourage other women or men from coming forward. I have no problem speaking my truth, and I encourage everyone to speak their truth because it's cathartic. It's empowering. I feel stronger than I ever did before.
This is a journey that will never end. Cease and desist of rape, is going to be an ongoing journey. The idea is to teach about consent and what does that mean, defining that, and just to educate. So as far as Bill Cosby is concerned, this isn't about him anymore. He was the lightning rod. He was the catalyst to helping me do what I do and helping others what they do to spread the word and keep young people safe.
This is it. This is life, and this is the business in many, many ways. These kind of things happen to people all the time, and they go brushed under the carpet. And 40 years later, somebody steps up and says, well, this happened or that happened, and it's out there. It's real. It's the real world. It's really going on, and there's a lot of other people. Bill's not the only man in show business that's behaving this way. It's just, I guess, his turn right now.
Anger and different emotions started coming in, and you go back and you say, why did I go there? Why did I do this?
His legacy, will never be what it used to be. So a little bit of justice served there. He did serve 2 years, a little bit of justice in the fact that he is a disgraced former America's dad. And I can live with that.
It's remarkable
what he masterminded. It was decades of deceit and manipulation, and not just with his victims, but with the people around him and the people that surrounded him to protect him, and all of the minds that he manipulated.
Speak up, tell someone, and if no one's listening, tell somebody else. And if that person doesn't believe you, tell somebody else. Just don't stop talking until someone believes you and listens to you, because people are listening. You just might have to search for them.
It's very difficult to let that go, to turn your back on that, to walk away from it, especially if something horrible has happened to you, put on you by a very wealthy, very, very famous movie star like Bill Cosby.
I will fight. I will be a voice for the change that is needed. Whatever country, state, wherever I'm needed, I will be in service there to fight.
It is my right as a woman, as a parent, to protect women out there worldwide and to protect daughters and granddaughters, sisters and mothers, okay? It is my right, and I want every woman out there to please hear my words. We've got to stop this man. He will keep doing it. He took a month off. Innuendo, he was in me.
If anybody ever does anything, whether it be a young boy or a young girl, to tell somebody, don't hold it inside like I did. It kind of really emotionally ruined me. Because I never had nobody to talk to. So I hope and pray that these people will come forth and tell somebody, you know what I mean? Get it out of you, because you won't feel the way that I have all these years, you know?
When a person is raped, you're not only physically raped, but part of your spirit and part of your soul is raped. And when I tell this story, I can feel that part that is lost in me, and it's been a lifelong therapy. I have PTSD, and my job was to protect my bunnies, and I never ever failed them, never. And for me to be drugged and raped by him was a secret that I've kept inside of me for many, 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 many years.
There is no way to restore his legacy. You can't separate his achievements from his dastardly acts at this point. It's a true lack of morality, and he will take that to the grave.
In November 2021, the district attorney, unsatisfied, filed papers with the Supreme Court to try to have this decision overturned. During this, Cosby actually tried to make a comeback with a comedy tour across the United States and Canada, contacting promoters and several comedy clubs, as well as working on a 5-part docu-series to cover his life and then time in prison, as well as releasing a book. But these plans were all put on hold due to his continuing legal battles. In January 2022, his attorney urged for the Supreme Court to decline the appeal, and on March the 7th they got their wish. However, that same year, Judy Huth's trial began and she won, with Cosby being forced to pay her $500,000 compensation. Bill Cosby left a huge impact on many comedians, including Jerry Seinfeld, who admitted he opened a door for all of us, for all of the networks to even consider that this was a way to create a character, was to take someone who could hold an audience just by being up there and telling their story. He created that. He created the whole idea of taking a comic and developing a TV show just from a persona that you see on stage. He was an icon whose entire reputation had been completely destroyed. One alleged victim, Joan Tarshis, compared him to O.J. Simpson. When you hear O.J. Simpson's name, you don't think, oh, great football player. That doesn't come to mind first. I'm thinking it's not going to be, oh, great comedian. It's going to be, oh, serial rapist. But the true extent of Bill Cosby's alleged crimes and what turned this comedy legend into such a monster has left friends, family and fans across the world seeking answers.